Hello. Welcome everybody who's here. And once again, we've got Delboy with us. And yeah, thank you for joining us. And well, as normal, I'll say, Bayek, what have you been watching, lad, in week?
Uh, well,
Ah,
I did actually put all of the trailers of what I watched last week, and I have to say I've been catching up more with Columbo than I have anything else because I had my big set of Columbo turn up last week. Um, but yeah, I have been watching some things. I mean, I'd have to turn my background off a little bit, but I can do that just quickly. Look, um, so it was Mick Movies that basically put me into my update of Quigley Down Under. So I need to do a big thank you to him if he comes on tonight because I only had the DVD of this until he actually said that it was available. So that was brilliant. Um, Chinatown's turned up. That came out this week. That's a classic film.
fantastic.
All I need now is the two Jakes to be upgraded because I've got the DVD version of the two Jakes. I haven't got anything higher than DVD for the two Jakes, but Chinatown's a classic. What else? Of course, I've already told you that World of Books did me a wonderful upgrade. Because I had a DVD of Waterloo and I've now got the Blu-ray, which you say you've got. So, and it's sealed.
Yeah.
World of Books got me a sealed copy that's never been
Fantastic.
opened. So that's absolutely great.
Brilliant.
Really happy with that. I upgraded my copy of Grumpy Old Men from DVD to
Yes.
Blu-ray.
Right.
Believe it or not, that's really hard to get hold of in PAL. This is I had to go. This is the American one, but it's
Right.
region free. So
Yeah,
that
that's
was
good.
really good. And let's see. I mean, I've watched a number of things on TV, but nothing really substantial. I really loved doing watching Outland again, which I did a capsule review of yesterday. That was really nice to go back to because the one thing that came out of it when I was doing it was, although the story is not particularly riveting, I think it has more presence now than it did back then. I don't know if you agree with this, but it's all about corporate greed. At the end of the day, I mean, not to give the story, I gave quite a bit of the story away because I was getting quite into my review, right? And I needed to pull back a little bit and go, bloody hell, I've nearly told them what the whole film's about.
Yeah.
But you know, when you consider that this guy who's not very nice, who's played by Peter Boyle, all he was doing really was trying to get more money for himself by getting more production out of the workers.
Yeah.
And therefore, basically, he was not paying them very well, but he was getting the maximum production out of them by giving them drugs, enhancement drugs. So, I think it's a great film. I think that's definitely worth a watch. I think you can still get it on Blu-ray. I know my copy is not that old that I
Yeah,
picked
I
up.
think you can. Yeah, I'm sure you can. Yeah.
And if you can get that at a sensible price, then I would definitely say it's one for your collection.
Yeah.
It's gritty. It doesn't look flash.
Yeah.
It's not lasers. There's no people dressed up in fancy space suits and stuff. They look like NASA space suits. My God, the marshal who's played by Sean Connery goes around with a shotgun in space.
Yeah. Fantastic stuff. I was just thinking, in a way, it's like in Alien. One strength of Alien as a film is that they're all sort of ordinary people doing the jobs and wanting the money. And you've got the same kind of parallel, really, haven't you?
Yeah, but there was a really good review when I was researching it. There was a really good review from Philadelphia in the States that said this film is scarier than Alien because, to be quite honest, although the alien is scary, the most scariest person is man.
Yeah.
And that then nailed it on the head for me. I'm going, what a killer line.
Yeah.
Very
good.
I mean,
Yeah.
The only downside I've got about that film is I didn't feel at any point that Sean Connery wasn't going to kill the hitman.
No.
That's it. But I didn't know how the outcome was going to be, and I didn't know whether it'd be a happy outcome or a sad outcome. It's got one of those outcomes that I want people to see. They'll be in two minds about it. It's not the best, but it's also nowhere near the worst.
No.
And to be quite honest, even though I might have blown it a little bit by saying so much about it, you will get great enjoyment just following the story. Right?
And don't you think
it's a bit like Columbo? You watch the first 10 minutes and you know exactly who did it. You watch the next hour and a half anyway, just to see how he actually worked it out who it was.
And don't you think that the doctor's a great character in it? She's
that's
great.
What I said, didn't I?
Yeah, because all that relationship they have, it's just, I think it really enhances the film. It makes it even better. It's already great, but it's...
Well, she's quite quick-witted, but the other thing is I think she realized straight away that when she's dealing with the marshal, he just wants the answers. He doesn't want any bullshit. You know, so when it was talking about what have you found, there was no doubt in the mind it was going, well, what do you think I found? I found enhancements, drug enhancements. You know, it's this drug, you know, whatever it is. I can tell you now, you know, you've got a problem on your hands because whoever actually is doing the ring of these drugs is going to be after you, you know, and it was pretty much from then on that you knew, right, this is pretty bold, you know what I mean?
I rate it as one of his best films. Really?
Yeah, 2010. Capricorn one I still think that steals Outland a little bit, but only because it's a conspiracy film rather than High Noon in Space.
Yeah, I do really love it. Yeah,
I think that film would have worked if it was a Western.
Yeah,
I've got no qualms that film would have succeeded if it had been a Western. If it was on a ship, it would have worked.
Yeah,
you know, on a liner, you know, in the middle of the Atlantic or something. All of this, you know, doing a tour of duty. To put it in space was just because space was big at the time. That was all.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's me. What you've been watching, young man?
Okay, so I'll start off with, I know, before I get onto physical, what I've downloaded more up to date stuff, right? So, yes, the first one I watched was The Strangers Chapter 1, which is really a revamp of the Strangers films. And I noticed it had quite a lot of hostility, people being quite sort of not really very complimentary about it. Okay, maybe it's not as good as the first one. The second one that they brought out, I don't think was quite as good. But this one is good. I think it's an enjoyable film. And what I like about it, I think the couple are really nice, good characters. You really get into them. So that's always a bonus if you like the characters. And I thought it was a really nice relationship. And also, a very good point for me was there was no tick boxing. It was good horror without having to stick all the tick boxes that they stick in nowadays about inclusive stuff and this and that, having to have that. They've ruined horror. See, I'm going on a rant now. When they start trying to do that, you know what I mean? It's just a good horror without having to go through all this rubbish that they go through.
Yeah.
That is in contrast. Well, not in contrast, but I watched another one on Prime. It was called Model House, which was again another invasion film, and I thought, oh, this could be good, but it wasn't the same. The models were boring, not very interesting. They could have made it a lot better with about social media, you know, with these models and obsessed with the looks and everything. They didn't even bother to go down that road, really.
No.
It was good. They could have done it, made it a lot better. It just turned out into a standard home invasion. These people coming in, basically killing them all off. It was quite bloody, quite gory. But in the end, compared with the Strangers one, it just seemed not very exciting.
They spent more money setting up the different ways that you could die than they did the backstory and everything else.
You know what I mean? When the characters, you don't care. In fact, you're cheering on, get rid of that bugger. Go
Get
on,
rid of that cow.
get rid of her. Self-obsessed. You know, all it was. You see, they were like this with the phones all the time and doing this and that. And I thought, oh, well, do a bit more here. We could get some good social comment. But no, they didn't.
So what's like they didn't want to go down. You know more about horror than I do, and you it sounds very much like you look forward to home invasion type film. I mean, like I suppose Cabin in the Woods is a home invasion type film. What's a good home invasion film then from films from today and a good one from the past? Then what would you say was a good home invasion?
Now I know it's controversial. Again, I'm always controversial, aren't I? But you know, I like M. Night Shyamalan a lot.
Yeah.
I think is Knock on the Cabin is a very good film, very underestimated. It did get a lot of stick, but then there were people who, like me, did enjoy it, and that's a really good home invasion film, I think. Now.
Just remind me, that's the one where it's a gay couple. It's a gay couple and a child, isn't it? Going into the
there's two blokes and a little girl, and they represent, I suppose, it's the apocalypse kind of thing. But it's
the four horsemen of the apocalypse, isn't it?
But it's well done. I think it's really well done, and it brings a lot of issues and things out, which I thought was really interesting. It brought a lot of issues. And the other thing, it didn't, you're right, they were a gay couple, but you didn't feel it was just there. They were a gay couple. It wasn't like a signaling, messaging kind of thing. And
so what you're saying is, and this is what I was trying to get at, it didn't distract that they're preaching at you by showing you that there are people out there that are in same-sex marriages and have got kids.
That's right. It was good. Just there. That's how it should be.
From the trailer, I was put off.
Yeah.
It seemed to me like, here's another preachy film that they've written in two characters that are there because they're told by the studio that they've got to
I get you totally what you're saying there. And that, in a way, put me off. When I saw the trailer and thought exactly the same, but I've got such faith. I like him as a director so much. I thought I'll get past that, and I didn't need to get past it. And once I got into the film, and actually the little girl was excellent who played. She was an excellent actress. I mean, she was only young. I mean, she was really good in the film. So, it didn't bother me too much at all that. I did, to be honest, I knew the direction it would have to go into. There's sometimes, if you were to criticize him, I don't like criticizing him. Takeaways here. Sorry.
Bloody hell. Everything's takeaways. Oh, boys and girls, just while he's gone away to bloody get his son's food again, right? The thing about these films where they bring in this stuff is that I just think it's written in because the world wants to show a gay relationship or something. I'm so glad that film fits, and that you don't need to be put off by the fact that these are a gay couple, because I've got no problems with that. Do you see what I mean? The only problem I've got is when it's preached at me, where I have to watch it because it's been written in that way for a purpose of ratings and figures. I was just explaining that I haven't got a problem with same-sex marriages and all of this sort of stuff.
No, I agree. Same with me. It's just
all I was getting at is, and I mean, take it like this: I'm a person that studied piano, and my favorite pianist is Elton John, and he's a right gay, right?
Yeah.
So, and I've never turned. As soon as I found out that he was gay, I never turned around and said, "I'm not buying another album."
Yeah, exactly.
What I'm trying to get at is I don't like it. I don't like the approach like Doctor Who's got, which
Yeah.
is I'm doing this because I'm gay myself,
Yeah.
and I've got an agenda, and I'm going to be putting virtually every character that in the world into this that's never really had a shot in a TV show before, because I'm righting a wrong of the last 40 years. There hasn't been a wrong in the last 40 years. There hasn't been, I admit, too many people of race and people of disabilities on the screen. But I would have thought now that we're more awake to this, and that I still wholeheartedly believe that you don't rewrite the book to get your figures to show that 10% of your acting force now is disabled. You don't rewrite Shakespeare and have certain characters change gender just to get another production of that out. So I've still watched Shakespeare with leading actresses being of race. You know what I mean? You know, black. I've got no problems. But I still wholeheartedly believe that it should be a Shakespearean actor or actress of quite a high caliber to put it on as a play on BBC One. Do you know what I mean? So if it's King, if it's King Lear or whatever it is, then it's a king, not a queen. So what I'm trying to say, don't rewrite it.
Yeah, exactly.
And
but we won't object. You won't object to Idris Elba doing it, would you? You'd say, yeah, exactly.
Because it's all about the caliber of the person that's doing it. Now, Patrick Stewart has been doing Shakespeare for years. He was part of the Royal Shakespeare Company. He's done no end of small little productions to get up to where he is. And if somebody invited him to say, will you do another Hamlet? Then I'd be turning around and going, I'm interested in that because it's got Patrick Stewart in. I know he's a Shakespeare actor and he'll do a damn good job. Right? I don't want, therefore, someone to come along and change the character's gender and color and all of this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Just because equality. The equality bit comes in when you're doing something like EastEnders, Coronation Street, because on our streets, naturally, our next door neighbours are transgender, by whatever. And so you'd expect that to be in a drama of today. But, these things weren't written that way. And that's why I'm saying don't rewrite it. You know what I mean? It turns me off because you're preaching at me. It turns me off because you're forcing me to like it based on the fact that it's directed this way. Let me like it for what it is. which is how I've watched every film up to this point. You know what I mean? In a blink of an eye, I would not have a problem in Outland that I've just reviewed if the lead was a woman.
No,
I wouldn't blink.
No,
as long as that woman is like from the army or whatever it is and has done a tour of duty and is tough as nails and all of this sort of stuff. Why would I care, right?
Yeah. Right. I mentioned. What else have I watched? There was something I've got to mention. It's a creature feature, and it's come out, and it's excellent. Well, I call it a creature feature. It's called Sting, and it's about a spider that grows and grows. And it's absolutely wonderful. I loved it. I love spiders. I don't mind spiders. I know people get really scared with spiders. I don't mind them. But this is great.
Aren't they doing a 4K or a 4K retransfer of William Shatner's Kingdom of the Spiders?
Oh,
I think I saw an advert this week saying that that's coming out shortly.
Oh,
So
yeah.
this Sting, how long ago was it made? Is it quite a modern?
Well, it's only come out over last month or so. It's this year. It's this year film. I think it's gone to streaming, obviously, pretty quick because I've been able to get a download of it. But I thought it was really good. I enjoyed it. It was just entertaining. It was good to see. Again, it was a film that just did exactly what it was going to set up to do. It didn't. We weren't there ticking boxes. It got down to the horror as it should do, and I loved it. I highly recommended that.
I can't
If you
remember the
like
last
those
time
sort
I
of
saw a
things.
really good spider story. I think
Yeah.
Arachnophobia is probably the
Yeah,
last good
yeah.
spider one that I saw, but
Oh,
that was more
Doctor
of a,
Who,
that was more of
Planet
a
of the
comedy.
Spiders.
Well, yeah, but what I'm talking about
Yeah.
is if you were looking at films
Yeah,
and the whole film is about a spider or spiders. I
yeah,
think Arachnophobia was the last time I saw one, and that was more laid up as a comedy horror because I don't think it had a rating higher than PG-12 or something when it
yes,
came out.
yeah.
Or
It
15.
is a bit more comedy. It's not horrific,
Oh,
is
they
it?
had John Candy. Well, no, not John
Yeah,
Candy. It had Goodman, didn't it?
yeah. It's entertaining. It's an entertaining one, but you could do with a bit of horror,
Yeah,
a bit
and this
more
one
in
got
there.
a bit more. It's
Yeah,
got a bit more of that horror in it that you just say,
yeah.
oh, okay, that's good.
And then a film which I've reviewed is coming up on Saturday. My review, but I thought I'll show it now. Is this? It's the Railway Children. Yes.
Hey,
And
wait,
you're going,
all you have to
oh,
do is look.
not
All you have
another
to do is
film
look
in
at.
Yorkshire.
All you
Yes,
have to.
it's another film in Yorkshire,
All
folks.
you have to do is look out your window and you see that
Yeah,
bloody train,
where
don't you?
else would it be? Where else would it be? It had to be Yorkshire. And of course, it was quite personal for me because we, as a child, Keighley and Haworth, we used to go there quite a lot. And the railway, there's a steam preservation railway there, Keighley and Worth Valley Railway. So it was, a no-brainer, this film. I saw it at cinema, 1970, Lionel Jeffries'
Oh yeah.
debut as a director. And of course, Lionel Jeffries, for me, I was thinking, oh, Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, because I love
I
Chitty
knew
Chitty
you were going to
Bang
say
Bang.
Chitty. I said, are we going to get through a stream where he's not going to mention Chitty Chitty
But
Bang
what
Bang?
do
And I
you do?
thought,
You can't.
nah,
It's
we're
a
not.
great film. And as you know, he's in that As It Happens. And you're going to say, but he's also in.
Amazing Mr. Blunden
Yeah.
and First Men in the Moon.
Yeah, we are. And so I'll let you get that in. Anyhow,
Yeah.
this is highly recommended. It's a well-written. I think kids nowadays that are watching this may think that the kids are they're so remote and different to what kids are nowadays. It's almost like a different world. And it is a different world. It's set in Edwardian England. And these sort of privileged kids who go through a bit of a problem, a bit of a downfall. They have to move up to Yorkshire, cheeky buggers. What do you mean going up to Yorkshire? As if we're.
Because I haven't watched it in quite a while.
Yeah.
What period of time is it? Is it First World War?
It's 1905. It's supposed to be.
Yeah, it's before the First World War.
Perfect period, actually, because you've still got the Victorian age is still hanging over the country, and we're moving into what they call Edwardian period, and everything is changing, and it's a wonderful period of history for the country. It's amazing. It's a really
some unknown reason I thought it was the First World War because I thought there was soldiers getting onto the train, but no. I don't think it was.
Have you seen the sequel of this?
Yeah.
Recently, I didn't watch it. I didn't watch it. I don't know whether. I know Jenny Agutter was in it.
Yeah, she's her older self, basically.
I just didn't. I didn't want to spoil the film. Was it?
I don't think it would spoil it for you.
Yeah.
I saw it and thought it was all right. It's just that you can't. Sometimes I think I'm watching it with adult eyes.
Yeah.
And I'm remembering the first film with child eyes.
Yeah.
And it's not jarring. It's just that actually it can age you because Jenny Agutter now is more relationary to you now because you're older. So you
Yeah,
can see her as a grown woman,
yeah,
and you are now a grown man watching it.
yeah.
So actually, it can actually work in your favor. But it's not that. I don't think the story was as
It wasn't
charming.
strong.
It
No.
wasn't as I think charming is the word.
Yeah, yeah. Because one thing about the Railway Children is that Jenny Agutter's performance is just so good. It's so brilliant. And she really brings so much to that character. I mean, that's why she stood out, obviously. And people thought, wow, she's good. And because she does Walkabout is the next film after this.
I think Sally Thompson doesn't get mentioned too much
about and she was 20 years old.
Yeah, and what we have to remember about it is everybody remembers Jenny Agutter. Some people remember Sally Thompson, but nobody remembers the lad's name.
Gary. See, even I'm thinking what his name was. It's called Gag. He retired. He didn't go into acting. I think he had a role on my research. He said he had a role in Catweasel for one season, and that was it. Yeah,
I remember the Catweasel, but I wouldn't remember if he was in it or not.
Yeah. So but it's just it's a great period piece. It really is. And
I tell you what, if you do like kiddies, ones that are not mentioned too often, and this is a brilliant kiddies film, and one that my sister and I loved, and that is Flight of the Doves. Now, if you can ever see a copy of Flight of the Doves, go and get that, because that's incredible as a film.
What is that, a British film or an American film?
Yeah. It's about two kids that run away from their wicked uncle to try and live with their nanny in Ireland because they've come into a fortune and their uncle wants to therefore exploit that. So they hire not the uncle relies on another family member called Hawk. He's got a tattoo on his wrist.
Yeah.
He works in theatre. He dresses up as all these characters. So all the way through this film, you've got Ron Moody.
Oh, Ron Moody, fantastic.
Ron Moody as Hawk, going after these kids, and he's always dressed up as some horrible tramp with a scythe trying to kill these two kids.
Oh, wow. Brilliant.
And running after them. And it's beautifully set in Ireland. Gorgeous.
So what's that called again?
Flight of the Doves.
Flight of the Doves. I was trying to remember that one.
Right. Dana is the person who sings the title tune and is one of the gypsies that they meet in Ireland. So Dana's even in it. And it came out in 1970. It was the first thing she did after a Eurovision Song Contest.
Oh, wow.
Believe it or not.
Have you got a copy of it?
Oh, yeah.
DVD?
DVD, and I've got the soundtrack by Ron Moody, by Roy Budd.
Yeah, fantastic.
The soundtrack is gorgeous.
I think that's all. Oh, and I always mention the music, much to Delboy's.
There we go.
An album I've been listening to a lot.
Just a moment, boys and girls. I will now go to sleep for 20 minutes.
Yeah, it's
if you could just wake me up when he's finished talking about.
Now, if it have said, "Oh, this is a soundtrack from the film," blah blah blah, you'd be, "Oh yeah," but no, it's not a soundtrack. It's a classic album which I absolutely love. And I got this special edition. This is Sticky Fingers from 1971, possibly the Rolling Stones' best album. And the great thing about this special edition is that you've got some of the takes on this from the session, and there's one which is absolutely brilliant, but unfortunately it's gone out of favor now. It's got Brown Sugar with Eric Clapton on the guitar, which is a special session that they did. And of course, now Brown Sugar is one that's slightly got the thing. But I mean, this album is just a fantastic album. I mean, Wild Horses as well. There's another version of Wild Horses on here. What a song! But the band just show that they weren't just this band that you see as a single band doing the blues stuff into rock and roll, well, as rock as it was. They show all the brilliant influences on them, and I just absolutely love it. Their musicianship as well. I think people forget that there's so much great musicianship as well. And Rolling Stones, in many ways, people say it's either Beatles or the Rolling Stones. Well, why can't it be both? I'd say that. Why did we have to? This is what I think record companies like to do it. You know, remember we had Blur and Oasis, and you had to be in one camp or other. It was the same in the 60s with the Stones and the Beatles. And why? You know,
Agreed.
why can't you like both? You know,
Agreed.
You know, but that's it anyhow. So it'll keep him.
No, it's not
now.
It's not the Osmonds Wild Horses, then, is it?
No, that's Crazy Horses, lad. Do you remember that? Actually, that's their best track they ever recorded. It's quite good. It's Crazy Horses, but we won't talk about that. Right, let's get on to everybody still. The messages we've got. Right, the first one we have got is Danny. Hello, Danny Dukes. Hi, how are you all? I'm okay. Well, that's good. Thank you for joining us. And then we've got Jim Jam Movies and TV. Good evening. I'm at work at the moment. We'll be back about 9. Oh yeah, so we're here.
We'll put everything on bloody hold then for you, Jim Jam. How's that then? Right. So we're just going to hit the pause button because Jim Jam will be here about 10 past 9. All right.
And then we've got hello Michael again. Hello Michael. So lads, here we are. Thoughts on Sutek coming back? It's funny, we were discussing this before we came on. And Ian, please go off for about 10 minutes about your thoughts, just to piss Del off from last week. Oh, right. Yeah. Well, I'm going to be kind. I'm going to say Delboy can have his say about.
You said. I tell you what. I made a promise to Ryan. Right, Ryan from Kicking Movies. You know.
I know.
You all know Ryan, and he said he's going to the cinema this week to see the 2-parter because it's being shown at the cinema. Apparently.
Oh yeah, it is, isn't it? Yeah.
So I said I won't even tell you. Therefore, Ryan, who the villain is. Right. All I'm going to tell you is, I think you'll find that there's a bit of an uplift in the quality this week. There is an old character that's come back, and I'll leave it to your own devices on whether you think that they've done a great homage to that character or whether you think it's a pile of if you don't like it. And we left it there. So I don't know. I hope he's not watching. He's avoiding the internet like the plague. He's not looking for any review or anything like that because he's spending money to go to the cinema to see the 2-parter in the cinema.
Because he might not want to go to the cinema after this. Yeah. Anyhow, So
I promised him I wouldn't talk about it.
So you're sat on the fence, aren't you? Right.
No, I'm not sat on the fence. I know exactly what I think about it. But I promised Ryan that I wouldn't say too much about it. So.
Yeah, right then. Right. Okay. Well, I'm not. I haven't made any promises or out.
That's right. You've got full carte blanche. Go on.
So Sutek comes from an absolute classic story. Pyramids of Mars, as you might know, or perhaps you know, but it's a classic Doctor Who story. You would put it it's in the top all-time Doctor Who stories of all. It really is. It's one of those stories. And when I saw this, I thought, oh, Sutek. No, it reminded me of how good the classic Doctor Who was, and this is not. It's, oh dear. It's Russell T Davies again, trying to think that he's trying to appeal again to the classic, the good Doctor Who fans who are not interested in all this other agenda stuff. but he still can't resist it, even in this. And yes, I can see Delboy sort of suggested that it is a bit better story than previous, and there are some good things in it. It was nice to see Unit again, but even that you feel, oh no, look. And there was some irritating brat as a child genius who, of course, was disabled as well. So you've got another box to tick. I'm sorry, I'm going on like this, but it just summed up how he ruins everything. When you think everything, oh yeah, you've got some good ideas here. We've got Unit back, fantastic, and wonderful stuff. And then, oh yeah, and it all starts to come in again. He can't help himself as a writer. He's ruined Doctor Who, and I can't say anymore. But Sutek's a great villain, or was a great villain, and in this, no, it reminds me of how good classic Doctor Who is, and what a brilliant story. That was Pyramids of Mars, all the Egyptian mythology and all that stuff. Brilliant story, well written. Oh dear, this isn't well written. And I loved it. So that's my thoughts. And sorry about that, but I went into one of my rants. I can't see the last episode doing anything. It's going to have to be an absolute miracle for me to say, wow, wow. As long as they don't bring that other character back that went off, that everybody's going mad about, that the Doctor's love interest, please do not bring that character back. We don't want that. The Doctor needs to stay out of all these rubbish relationships.
Yeah.
Just get back to being the Doctor. Anyhow.
Well, not even though I'm not touching upon this particular episode too much. What I will say is this: is that when Doctor Who came back, and Richard, and there was T. Davis doing his stories, at least at the end of that season, I felt there was peril. And that peril came through loud and clear, because nobody saw the Doctor regenerating that quick.
Exactly.
Bang, right? That therefore escalated that two-parter to the stratosphere, right? The thing about this one is, that you've got this new Doctor in, and you've already known from the media that they filmed already the whole of season 2.
That's right, yeah.
Right? So how in the right mind is there going to be any peril in regards to watching this, cinema or otherwise, knowing that the Doctor survives? Where's the peril? The peril will be the characters around the Doctor. And from that point of view, we've seen so many companions come and go, and they're not even the same bloody character sometimes. They're, ever since Matt Smith, and they basically, he kept coming in and out of their lives rather than them coming into the Doctor's lives. It's been a hitch-potch of different ways of portraying companions. And so all I'm thinking of is, if they killed Mel off, would I be upset? Nah.
No.
Not really. I thought she was, as far as I was concerned, until she came back into a story, I thought she was dead, like Sylvester McCoy is dead. In other words, they're still living their adventures in time, but from a character's perspective, not there.
And we know there's another companion. They've publicized it already. Fancy doing that. They've already publicized that there's another companion coming.
That's that lady from the episode called Boom. But all I'm trying to get at is, I haven't given any of the story away, is that it's got the same traits as that Christopher Eccleston two-parter, but none of the peril. So with a character like the one that's in this story, and I don't want to even mention the name in case Ryan's looking, right? You've got to have a massive amount of peril. This is a god that can turn everything into derelict. It's almost like a Marvel character called Galactus, who Devourer of Worlds, right? This person goes up to a world and goes, I'm sucking all your energy out of your planet, tough shit, and does it, right? Leaving nothing behind, And who gives a shit who was on the planet? That is this character, right?
Yeah.
Did I feel that with this one? A weird graphic wrapped around the TARDIS is what I saw, with the nice voice of the original actor that did the original voice. That's it.
Yeah.
That's what I saw.
Very sad.
So from my point of view, it's an uptick in class, but it's not even 50% of Christopher Eccleston's two-parter that you saw in 2005. And I don't really consider that to be a brilliant story. But what I'm saying is, at least it had menace and it followed through with a bit of a, a bit of story and menace behind it. This one's got none of that. None of it.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Okay. I think, yeah. What else can we say? It's very sad. As Doctor Who fans, all this is not, it's just sad seeing one of our favorite shows just go down the plug hole. It really is. Tony Hawk. Evening, Ian and Del. Hope you're both doing okay. Hello, Tony. Thank you for joining us.
Hello, Tony.
Okay. Yes. And Danny says, got hold of Basil Rathbone's Sherlock Holmes, the definitive collection on DVD.
It's brilliant.
I'm sure you'll enjoy that.
That's brilliant. I bought that for $1.99 from a charity store about 6-7 years ago. It was a black covered version. I think they've done several versions of it. It was a gatefoldy type thing that opened up. You know those old cardboard cases where you wrapped them all up. I think it had 14. I think it's 14 Basil Rathbone Sherlock Holmes. I think it had them all.
Fantastic.
So I think now it comes in a keep case. You know, one of those cheap cases with the spindle in the center.
Yeah.
But whichever way you look at it, Basil Rathbone to me was Sherlock Holmes. So there was no other Sherlock Holmes in existence, and it was like that for years and years and years.
Yeah.
You know, I do not see any other actor playing Sherlock Holmes, even when Tom Baker tried to play.
Yeah.
Holmes. I was going, you're not Basil Rathbone. Sorry.
And his relationship with Dr. Watson, it's just perfect, isn't it? It's just
what did you think of the Sherlock that the BBC did that went around Doctor Who that was done by
there was one on ITV. I never.
Moffat, there was done, but no, there was one done by Moffat, wasn't it? That had.
I didn't like it that much.
Cumberbatch, wasn't it?
Yeah. I watched one episode and just didn't get on with it. I don't know why.
It seemed like millions of people love this show, and I bought it on Blu-ray and watched it all in one sitting. I bought a box set.
Yeah,
because I'd missed it. I'd missed it on telly.
Yeah,
and I thought I've spent 50 quid on this, so I'm going to watch them all.
Yeah,
I watched them all in one go, and I went, you know what?
Yeah.
I don't think I can mention one particular episode that got me riveted.
Yeah,
it was all right. It was all right. It's a modernization. I thought it was jarring when they showed how he'd done the case, because they kept doing this jarring sort of like back photography type thing.
I didn't like it, really. I didn't like it.
There was one episode where he fell off the top of a building and he was dead or something.
I just didn't get on with it. I don't know why. I'd rather have had Peter Cushing any day at week.
Thinking about it, they should have done more stories about Moriarty.
Yeah.
Because Sherlock Holmes really works when you've got an alter ego, like Doctor Who's got the Master. So you want Basil Rathbone's Sherlock Holmes to be against a Moriarty, don't you?
Yeah.
So,
the BBC were happy with it. I think it was quite a hit. I think it was a big hit.
It was a big hit. It was one of their most successful exports.
I bet they would have liked it to carry on.
They did.
He was becoming a bigger film star, wasn't he? He wasn't probably a big star when
if one of them was filming, the other one wasn't. When the other one wasn't filming, the other one was. So because it was Martin Freeman.
Yeah, that's it, Martin Freeman. He did well from Office, didn't he? Starting from The Office.
Yeah, but I still don't see him as Watson.
No, no, and well, I didn't the whole thing. It didn't. I don't know why. It was just me.
Didn't they?
Maybe a lot of
Didn't they,
people liked it.
didn't they
To be
rewrite
fair, a
his
lot of people
character
did
as a
like it.
person who used to work in the army or something?
Yeah, that's right. He
I
was
mean,
an ex. Yeah,
Watson to me was always a doctor.
yeah, and I liked him a bit more bumbling, but yet clever.
Yeah,
Bumbling
yeah,
but
yeah.
clever. Don't you
Well,
like that?
you always knew that he was the one writing the stories that was going
Yeah,
into the newspaper,
yeah,
and he was always
yeah,
making out that he solved the case or something.
yeah,
You know, trying to write it in that he was
yeah.
actually, and it was always Basil Rapper that was putting him right, saying, "I think you'll find that I solved that one."
Yes, that's exactly.
Yeah,
It's got a charm. That's it. It's got a charm. This modern one didn't have any charm at all in it.
yeah, I
It
think it
just
was missing.
yeah,
Yeah,
that's right.
I don't think it could laugh at itself. That was the problem.
No, no. Right.
Yeah,
Tony Hawk, a Jenny Agutter film you may enjoy, Ian, is Riddle of the Sands, 1979, set around the same time as Railway Children. It's a spy adventure, okay, concerning a planned German invasion of pre-World War One Britain. That does sound exciting. I'm already interested in what you've just said. That Riddle of the Sands. I've never heard of that. Have you heard of that one?
well, Tony, I just want to say, thank you for pointing that out to Ian. Stuff you for ever
Yeah.
even mentioning whether I'd like this film or not. I'm not here. There we go. I've now thrown my toys out the pram. Stuff you. No, I love Jenny Agutter films ever since Railway Children and Logan's Run and all of those. I've seen Walkabout. I tell you how I saw Walkabout. It was at school.
Yeah.
School, I think it was.
Yeah.
Like we used to watch Lord of the Flies. We were studying a book, like of Mice and Men or whatever it was.
Yeah.
And they would show us a film production, so we understood the book a little bit more. So Riddle of the Sand sounds interesting to me. Yeah. Not quite. I mean, the story setting sounds good.
Well, I think it's in
1979 would make her a little bit. So she would be around the Logan's Run age. So she'd have been a full-grown woman.
Yeah.
She's in the Marvel films now, isn't she?
She popped up. Yeah, It's apparently she was in Avengers film and
but she was in the Winter Soldier.
That's it. I'm just going to say that.
Yeah.
She was
a hologram of a high person in Shield, I think.
But I think it's interesting because I like First World War stuff because we do get First World War films, but we still tend to get more about the Second World War. And certainly pre-invasion, about German invasions in World War One is absolutely fascinating, and the Zeppelins and everything about and the development of the Air Force. And it's a very interesting period. There ought to be more films on it. He says, and he's not watched 1917 that I should watch. Right. But it is a fascinating period.
No, but I mean, I purposely have a pad next to me, and I do write down some of these titles. Like we took away some homework last week. I have actually downloaded the film from last week that was mentioned, but I haven't got around to watching it yet.
Yeah.
But the good news is that I am getting around to doing that because I think it's very important that people like the guys that are that watch you, Ian, and thank you very much for allowing me on to be a person.
Okay. You had a lot. You had such a lot.
Comment. I think it's important for me to, if I've missed something, to actually fill that gap because I have watched a number of these films, but then there will always be something like this that will have slipped through because I was probably watching something else. When 1979 was around, I would have been still going to Saturday Club, watching a lot of kiddies stuff. I might have been watching, I don't know if 1979 is right, but it sounds right. I'd be watching things like Meteor or Battle Beyond the Stars,
Yep.
or that 79, 80, 81 sort of period. I was watching Land That Time Forgot. All of those.
Is it
all of those.
Alien 1979?
Yeah.
I think. Yeah, I thought it was. Yeah.
Um,
But it's interesting because you get it set in a certain mode of films at a certain time, and these are the kind of films that I probably missed or weren't really big box office films and didn't get to see them, and they sort of just slipped
it's
away.
another reason that I find it difficult to talk about years, because as much as we said, Alien 1979, Star Trek is 1979, but
yes,
from our point of view, when in the UK, that would have been 80. Because we did not get it Christmas 79 like the States got.
Yeah.
It would have been later.
Yeah.
It wasn't like now, if something is out in the States, a week later we've got it, or even the same week. We're talking months go by, which is why when somebody says Terminator 2, I go, yeah, do you know what? That was the winter blockbuster over in the States. It was the summer blockbuster over here.
Yeah, of course.
The following year.
Yeah.
Do you see what I mean? Because that's how it worked.
Yeah.
So Star Trek, I think, was 1980 when I got to, when I got to see it. I'm pretty sure it was 1980. And it was Christmas. It was Christmas 79 in the States. Definitely, they wanted it out for December. They wanted it to be They wanted it to be a holiday film, which is why it was released before Christmas.
I'm trying to think.
And they rushed it out. They rushed it out to be a before Christmas.
I'm sure I saw it round about there then. Well,
you were on bloody holiday then, weren't you? You're in the States. That's the only way.
No, I don't think so. I don't think I was. I seem to remember. No, I don't think I was at uni.
Did Bob Wise come round to your house and do a personal showing?
Yeah, I need to go back in time half at time to check when I went and saw these films.
But you look at the history of that film, and I'm telling you now, Bob Wise was not happy in the fact that he didn't get enough time to actually do a special screening. There was a special screening, but Paramount rushed that out to be a Christmas film over in the States, and it had a set date in stone. And the production of all of the film was all wet. He actually carried one reel on him in the.
So you're saying that it came out over summer?
No, what I'm saying is I'm not sure, but what I'm saying is there's no way that you can say in the UK you watched Star Trek in 79.
Yeah, I've got a way I think of finding out. I'll probably do some research. For all
I know, it did get a release over here, but it wouldn't have been until January, February, whichever way you look at it. That would have been 1980.
Yeah.
So when people turn around and say, "Oh, Alien," I saw that in 1979, I turn around and go, "What were you in the States then?" Because as far as I know, there were gaps. There were gaps before you could see that. You know what I mean?
I'm sure I'd left school by the time I saw that. I really think so.
Like you say, I've read.
I'll check it out. But it's interesting.
I remember seeing Star Trek: The Motion Picture.
Yeah,
I can't guarantee I saw it in 1979. Is all I'm saying.
Yeah.
All I know is I know an awful lot about the history of cinema, and I know that if an American film was released, the UK generally got it months after. It was never the same week.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, or whatever it was. But in Star Trek's case, it might be different. You might be right. But
an Alien, of course, I remember that. You see, going to see that when it came out. And
you see, I think that was summer, so it could well be.
Yeah. And then I saw it again. I'd seen it at cinema, and then when I came to university, I saw it again in the film club that we had as well. So that's how I remember that. Anyway, I'm going to move on.
By the way, I'm looking at the comments a little bit later on. I'll just let you know. Michael's confirmed that in the UK it came out December 15th, 1970.
Oh, fantastic!
So I just wanted to let you know that I'm still unsure on that. I would question that. I would question that.
I'm definitely going to check that out. Let's see. Michael's movie con. I'm just happy they got Sutak's original voice actor back. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, no, that's good. I know what you mean. I know you've not been as harsh as me. Also, I'm not happy with the Blu-ray costing £50 or €60
€60, yeah.
because it is. Michael's from Ireland. Like, why is it that high for just 80 bloody episodes? Yeah, I get your point. I think
Do we know yet whether they've included the Christmas special with those eight episodes?
I don't know. Mind you, I wouldn't.
Yeah, I'd still turn around and say £50 for 9 episodes ain't very good.
Yeah.
But yeah, £50. The unfortunate thing about it though is that it's the same price whether you buy the Steelbook or not, if I remember rightly, for this year.
Is it?
So if you buy it on Steelbook, it's the same price as buying it as the flat pack version. Or I might have got this wrong. It might be that there is no normal version. There is only a Steelbook you can buy of it. I'm not sure.
You never know now. You never know.
Whichever way you look at it, Michael, it's bloody ridiculous that BBC can flaunt the fact that of inflating the price of something just because Disney are flaunting their DVDs and Blu-rays.
Because they release Steelbooks first, don't they, Disney?
Well, like I say,
do the Steelbook.
Disney stopped making physical media. Then they said they'd come back and start doing some. And most of their output has been at 50-60 quid price point, and it's all been Star Wars and Marvel stuff, right? Apart from the odd film like Prey.
Yeah.
Right? Now, all I got to say on that is that okay, they're 4K, okay, but what I'm trying to say is you're only doing them in Steelbook, so you're saying buy the Steelbook or buy nothing because that's all you're going to get. And all I'm saying is on this, are you doing a 4K of this at 50 quid? Or is it Blu-ray? Because you've got Disney's might, and we know that you're filming it on 4K cameras. Why are you charging the same? Why are you not bringing out a 4K of it at that price?
Yeah.
Because I know what you're doing. You're going to release it again as a 4K release later on down the line, buying it twice. But that, to me, is a piss take.
Yeah.
That, to me, is the biggest piss take, is charging it twice because we're going to upscale it to the 4K version. You can do that now.
Yeah.
You can do that now. You can give us that 4K right now. You don't need to release it again. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
At least in America, they come clean and go, look, you're getting the 4K of them.
Yeah. I just thought that the BBC would still want some control at the moment of releasing these. Yeah. Definitely, even despite the Disney.
I wish she and I'd looked it up a little bit about
sure BBC would.
I usually know off the top of my head. The price. I know full well. The Steelbook, it's this price. Or this is this. I'm not sure on this one because I've never been that interested on what the price is going to be.
Yeah.
Because to be quite honest, it's Doctor Pooh. At the moment.
Yeah. Well, I would have. You see, for me, this is just confirming my reluctance to buy this. I bought everything Doctor Who, apart from I didn't buy that Steelbook that they've just released of the Celestial Toymaker. I just couldn't stomach it, that animation. But this, I can't, the way I am feeling at the moment, I'm not going to be rushing to buy this. I may not even buy it, which is very sad because I bought everything Doctor Who. And this is
the most expensive and oh my god, not worth it collection of Doctor Who has been that last one, the Flux. I think it was 6 episodes. I think it was 6 episodes and one Christmas special on it. That was 7 episodes.
And how much? That was quite expensive, wasn't it?
If this doesn't have the Christmas episode on it, then stuff you. Because as far as I'm concerned, the reason that we bought those DVDs, those early ones, is because it was season 1 plus the Christmas bit at the end.
That's right. It was always the season.
And then when you bought
Yeah.
season 2, it was the next season
Yeah.
plus the Christmas bit at
Yeah.
the end. And you went like that all the way up
Yeah.
until Capaldi. And then it went a
Yeah.
bit disappointed because I think with Capaldi, there was one where they didn't include the Christmas special and you had to buy it separately.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah.
And I think the only reason for that
Yeah.
one was it was his end story. It was going to have
Yeah.
it was going to have the actor who plays William Hartnell. I've forgotten his name
Yeah.
now. I think Twice Upon a Time, I think it was called.
Yeah, I know. I've forgotten his name. He's a very good, he's an excellent actor. Oh, I mean, his name's gone at the moment.
Fantastic actor, by the way.
He is a fantastic. He's done all sorts of things. It's not just Doctor Who. I think he's in Harry Potter, isn't he? And lots of other things.
David Bradley.
Right.
That's it.
Yeah, that's it. Right, let's go on to the next comment. Stephen Taylor. Good evening, Delboy and Ian. I hope your foot is better this week, Ian. Yeah, it is getting a lot better, thank heavens. And you're holding up okay, Delboy.
I'll see how much of an afterthought. Now, it should say there, good evening, Delboy and Ian. I hope you're not having another heart attack, Del, because we don't want you dead. And Ian, I hope your foot's okay, right? No, it doesn't do that. It's asked about face. It talks about a foot, right? Foot, and a heart bloody problem, right? I know which one's bloody worse.
Yeah.
Looking at this, right? Not condition, right? I'm just joking, by the way. I'm trying to make Ian laugh. By the way. If you want to know this week by ranting off when I shouldn't be ranting. So
you can see it's not affected his humor at all.
If you haven't guessed it so far, that's the theme tonight. How I can make Ian laugh.
Yeah.
I am holding up okay. Thank you very much, Stephen. I'm a bit tired this week. I went back to work Monday. I've done 3 full days. Today, I even traveled 15 miles to get to work and 15 miles back. So it's the longest for me today. So I am feeling a little bit lethargic, but I'm wide awake at the moment. I'm all right. You know, I don't know whether I'll be like that at 1 in the and that's because knowing Ian, that's when it'll go to. It's 1 o'clock. He'll have me talking till about 2 in the morning, and then go, "Oh, sorry, I forgot that I'm all right, and I can get out of bed at 11 in the morning. You poor sod's got to get up at 6 a.m., haven't you? Yeah. You did forget that, didn't you, Ian? Yeah."
Right, let's get the next one. Then, let's see. We've got Rock and Roll Hell. Hello, thank you. Welcome to the stream. New companion is a great actress. She's in Andor, which is actually the best Star Wars we've got since the prequels, in my opinion. I don't know whether I've seen Andor. I've not seen.
That's the new one. That's the new one, and apparently it's getting quite good reviews. I know she's a good actress. They talked about it on the news today, saying that they've already greenlit the next Andor, and it's going to create an awful lot of revenue for Britain because they're filming it over here on the new sets on Pinewood. I think the whole digital. They apparently one of the movie studios over here. I don't know if it's Pinewood or Ealing or whatever. Right? They've created a total digital stage. They purposely got all the money together, made a pure digital stage, and therefore companies can come over here knowing that it's got the most high-tech lasers, pictures, screens, dashboards, or everything to create rotoscoping, all of that sort of stuff, right? And that's a bloody good point, I think, because as much as I love my miniatures and optical effects, I do know that digital is cheaper, and if it gets America to actually come over here to have to make their films, great. Because I'd love to screw them out of their money. So the whole we've dug us.
Yeah. And they're going to use actors from our country as well, aren't they?
Right.
Which is
just think how much money Game of Thrones made this country.
Yeah. Yeah, and it can create careers. Get in these
Christ.
and off they go. So
I mean, Game of Thrones, 8 seasons, all filmed in Ireland and
yeah,
England, and
yeah,
obviously a couple of foreign places for the
and now the tourist areas out there in Ireland, they do tours and all
Yeah,
that kind of stuff.
Christ. They hired
Yeah.
all of the extras were Irish.
Yeah, it's great stuff for economy. Brilliant for economy. So, well, if she's a good actress, well, hopefully, Russell T Davies can
I think that's
do
why he's
some,
hired her.
things, but I doubt, you can be the great actress, but
Well, the way I looked at it is
yeah,
that Disney, isn't it? And
yeah,
Star Wars is Disney. So here's an actress that you could call upon,
yeah,
and basically they
yeah,
called her up. I think it was 9 months later, and they said, "Do you
yeah,
want to be a companion?" And she's
yeah,
jumped at the chance. And I think it's because she's definitely in Andor, and I think
yes, yeah,
next Andor. So she's
yeah,
basically she can now live over here for the next couple of years, knowing that
fantastic, yeah,
everything she's going to film is actually in
yeah,
Britain. So
yeah,
she's got a house, a place where even if it's like on an 18-month lease,
yeah,
whichever way you look at it,
yeah,
she can live in comfort over here for 18 months, knowing full well she's working on 2 big productions, and that's
yeah,
Doctor Who and Star
yeah,
Wars. Couldn't
yeah,
ask for 2 bigger productions, couldn't you?
no,
So
no. So, yeah, all right, and Danny Duke says, I think this lot of Doctor Who are bad this time round. Well, yeah. What can I say, Danny? It's not the same show
well,
anymore.
I think I said it best.
Yeah,
It got to episode 4, and I was calling it Doctor Where. Where is
yeah,
it?
yeah. Yes, actually, that was true. It shows you as well because once he originally one of excuses, he's filming other things. Well, in the olden days, you would never have had that. An actor going off filming other things. Oh, by the way, I've joined your series, but I'm sorry, I can't do 2 or 3 episodes.
That's pandering. The other
That's
thing I don't like
terrible.
is that the other thing I don't like, and this is me just being very, very old. This is just me
Yeah,
being very, very old. I'm not saying it's bad, but it's bad for me. Is
yeah,
what costume is he wearing? Because he's got a
yeah,
different outfit every bloody
yeah.
week.
It's not a booming fashion show.
I thought John
Yeah.
Travolta came out of the TARDIS this week. He had a leather jacket on. He looked like he'd just stepped off the set of Grease.
Yeah,
And I'm going, it's a nice look, but that should now be the look for the next whole season.
and it wasn't. No.
Every time he gets out of it, he's got another bloody
Yeah.
shirt top on. And I'm sure this is Disney turning around and saying, we can market a doll and we can get all different clothes for
Yeah,
him
you can make more money
rather than having the same outfit every time. And I'm going,
yeah.
that's not
a very good point. I like that cynical approach. I like that. Yeah.
That's not Doctor Who, because Doctor Who to me was
Doctor Money. Doctor Money. That's it.
Even if his clothes got blown up or something in the episode before, he'd have a spare in the wardrobe. Exactly the same.
I'm surprised actually we haven't gone into his wardrobe room. I'm surprised he hasn't designed a wardrobe room where he goes in and I better not. They might think Russell T Davies. I think, oh yeah, I could do a good Sylvester disco song from 1970s. And he could just get in there and do all disco stuff. Oh, please. While he's changing clothes. No, don't want that.
Yeah, crying at the discotheque.
What a nightmare. Right. Tony says, have you heard of Planet Productions? I hadn't until I saw a couple of forthcoming 88 film releases. And it had the Planet logo on the covers, similar to what they're doing with Tygon, which is the Tygon, the horror stuff, isn't it?
I don't know anything about Planet Productions.
But honestly, it's new to me. It's called Planet Productions. I've not heard of it.
Yeah. I want to look now what the symbol looks like. Is it a picture of Jupiter's rings or something? I don't know what this looks like. So,
well, I'm sorry, I'm not of much help there, Tony. But
I am no help
yeah,
at all.
yeah,
Sorry on
yeah.
that, Tony.
Sorry about that. But we'll be looking out for it now, won't we?
Yeah. You've won the special prize of the week. It's a no prize,
Yeah,
right? It's Stanley's no prize. Do you remember Stanley used to do a no prize?
yeah.
What a no prize was is you've won, but you get
But there's
bugger
no
all,
prize. Yeah.
right? So you've won this week's no prize, which is bugger all. Hey, thank you very much for tuning in.
Right. So sorry about that, Tony. Michael's movie comment. Jeremy Brett is the best Sherlock Holmes, according to my mother. Oh, is he the ITV dude?
Yeah.
I've not seen any of those.
You know what? I went up to Manchester and I lived up there from 1998 to 2005. And I was going out with this girl, and her father always tried to court me out with things, whether it be film or whatever. And he'd say things like, "Where's the Sea of Tranquility?" And I'd be going, "Well, of course it's on the moon." Most people would say, "No, it's somewhere in the bloody Iberian Sea or something," right?
Yeah.
Right. He actually did catch me out. He said, "What do you think is the biggest money earner for Granada?" And I went Coronation Street. He said, He said, "You're wrong. It's Sherlock Holmes." And the reason it makes so much money is because they tour around Granada. And although Coronation Street is a very popular thing to do there, everybody wants to go around the set of Sherlock Holmes.
Wow. Yeah.
And he makes more money. They sell more merchandise on Sherlock Holmes than you're going to get with selling merchandise from Coronation Street, because there's nothing to buy apart from a can of I don't know, beer with Ridley and whatever it is on the can. You can buy things like Sherlock Holmes' pipe, his cap, all sorts of stuff, right? So it made them an absolute fortune. That's the only thing I remember about Sherlock Holmes, the ITV production.
So you've not seen it then? Have you not seen it?
Oh no, I remember watching episodes, but I always went, "Nah, it's not Basil Rathbone." So, but it was that one bit of news that my girlfriend's father said that stuck with me. He said it made more money for Granada than Coronation Street did.
I think I've heard. I might be wrong, but didn't they film every story of Sherlock Holmes that had been published? I think they did.
Yeah,
that's right. Yeah. Right. Then Tony Hawk, apparently they only produced a handful of films in the mid-60s. I already have Night of the Big Eat on Blu-ray. Think I'll get Island of Terror. Oh, starring Peter Cushing.
Oh,
I thought I had it. Oh, well, that's quite an education for us. I've not heard of it.
I've seen Island of Terror
films,
and I just want to say a quick hello, Keith from Euphoria Pictures, Your Royal Highness. Thank you very much for popping by. Your stuff, mate, absolutely spot on. And I'm going to come round your house and nick that Hitchcock set from you. You will not be having that for much longer. It will be in my collection within a week. I will come over to Ireland. All I've got to do now is just find out that exact place that you're at. I will be stalking your house, and that Hitchcock set will be mine. No, back over to normal now.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you, Tony, for informing us about this. Yeah.
Oh, Island of Terror, mate. Have you not seen Island of Terror?
No, I've not seen that. It sounds good.
Oh yeah.
Peter Cushing. Anything Peter Cushing in is just great.
Island of Terror is good. Island of Terror, I like.
Yeah. On DVD, but can't find it. Oh well. It might be one that needs a Blu-ray then.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, definitely. But of course, there's usual things with copyright and licenses and all that sort of stuff. And then Stephen Taylor says, do you think if there's a disabled character in a film or TV series, it should be played by an actor who has the same disability. For example, the deaf girl in A Quiet Place was played by a deaf actor.
I've
That's
got
an
my own
interesting
opinion.
question.
You want to go with yours, or do you want to go with me first?
I don't know. I think nowadays, then if they have got the disability actor and they're a good actor, they could do the role well, then why not? I don't have any qualms about that at all. But obviously, if you can't find somebody for the part who doesn't fit in the part, then you have to use somebody who's not. But if there is an actor or actress who have these disability and are good at the role and fit in, then why not? I don't see any problem with it. That's how I say it. But I think the problem we've had is that people criticizing the past when that has not been the case. But obviously now we have a more inclusive look, opportunities for people with disabilities to get into these professions like acting, then that's fine. I don't see any problem with that at all. But I don't think we can criticize the past if there wasn't any available at the time. And people get very rather they mix things up, they get things wrong when they start criticizing things for saying, oh well, that probably because there was nobody there coming through. That's how it is. Or there was a very, very limited amount of actors and actresses who could play that part. I mean, look at Burt Walk. He was everywhere in the 1960s because there was nobody Chinese looking actors around. It had to be Burt Walk because that's all there was. And therefore you had people who did the thing that I know a lot of people disapprove it, but there was no choice. They did it. And therefore we shouldn't criticize it, like Christopher Lee playing Fu Manchu. So I've just let that rant go down. But there we are. Sorry. That's answered my question. Hopefully I've answered that for you. And I think that's good. In A Quiet Place is a great film. And a deaf actress is fantastic. That's great. She's good in it. Excellent. Anyway, see what Delboy says. What do you think, Dan?
Oh, I'm allowed.
Yeah, you're allowed.
I'm allowed to talk now. How are you?
Yeah.
Ian said it best. I'm totally in agreement with that. I always think, look, that if the story was talking about, say, a person who's just come out of the army, he'd lost his legs, and it was about his life living outside of the war with the loss of his legs. To get an actor that's lost their legs is obviously going to have a very special relationship and empathy than a person who has to act that role. Because I mean, obviously, we can all turn around and go, "Oh wow, yeah, I think I could bring an awful lot to this. I can just imagine what it's like not having my legs." But you're never going to beat somebody who's actually lost them for the exact same reason. But it's like you said, it's the forcing of something onto us, when they've actually purposely written something that was written in the past for a totally different type of person, and they go and put somebody totally different in it, just to get the figures in correctly for diversity. You know what I mean? Diversity and inclusion. So all I'm saying is, The Spy Who Loved Me has got Blofeld in a wheelchair. You don't have to have an actor in a wheelchair to play Blofeld, right? He was in it at the very beginning. He was in a wheelchair because of what happened to him in the film previously beforehand. But you don't have to have a wheelchair actor to play Blofeld. Donald Pleasance would have been perfectly fine. They didn't even have Donald Pleasance, though, this time. They didn't have any actor. In fact, you saw him in long shot all the time, right?
Yeah.
But what I'm trying to get at is there's going to be a point at some point, I think, where retaliation is going to happen, right? Where we're sick of this whole way that it's being forced upon us. there's going to be people that will turn around and say, I'm now going to do a documentary or a film, right, about Bruce Lee, right? But I'm going to go up to Yorkshire and film it. It's going to have total white actors in it, and they're all going to be kung fu fighting, right? They're all going to be called Bruce Lee, right? They're all this, right? But honestly, it's about Bruce Lee's life, right? Because people would turn around and say, I'm sorry, but Bruce Lee was Chinese, and I'm going, right, so what do you think we've been talking about then all this time, right? It's chaotic and crazy, right? So we're not going to go and film the next Bruce Lee film in Yorkshire, right? Because that would be a dumb thing to do. But I tell you what, that's sort of the thing you're doing. And that's what that's why I have a bit of a rant about it sometimes, because it's forced. And it's forced because of stupid, probably, figures that they've got to follow that the governments have probably set, where they said that you've got to have 5% of the highest directors in any company, 5% have to be women. They've set these figures, the government have said, because there's not enough women in high paid jobs. They're putting, you don't have enough actors of a certain race. So they put into their contracts, this production has got to have 10% disabled, 5% race, 10%, right? It's forcing the writers to have to write these characters in. But the trouble is, it's coming across so hard. It's not, Brookside Close purposely survived because it was life in Merseyside, right? So the main characters were from Merseyside, right? Yeah, throw in a couple of, people that are black and all that sort of stuff. They're, perfectly fine. But you don't want to do, right, well, that house over there's got somebody who's lost an eye. That person over there's Chinese, runs a Chinese restaurant around the corner. And this what, right, because that's stupid. And I wouldn't believe it in my lifetime. You know what I mean? Yeah, Last of the Summer Wine with characters from flipping
with Bruce Lee,
right, with characters from a Y50 in it. You know what I mean? I can just imagine Cleggy and everybody coming from Honolulu.
Yeah, give us what to talk about. The Bruce Lee has come.
Steve McGarrett in Yorkshire.
Oh.
Well, I think I've got my laugh out of Ian anyway.
Yeah. I know we could get Sean Bean playing Bruce Lee, couldn't we? As the Yorkshire Bruce Lee. Yeah. Sean Bean. Brilliant. He'd be brilliant at it. Yeah, let's do that. Right. Tony says, don't feel left out, Del. I was thinking of Ian and Railway Children. I love Walkabout. Must give it a rewatch. Yeah.
Oh, no, I tell you, Tony, it's not a problem. I was only having a joke. But I tell you what, if you really want to watch a film and it doesn't have Jenny Agutter in it, Fly to the Doves. That would be the film that I'd love you guys to go away, have a little look, right? And Flight of the Doves, right? If you can get a digital copy to watch, do so. Listen to the music by Roy Budd in that film. Gorgeous. Yeah, I mean, we're talking somewhere in time, John Barry gorgeous, right? For a start. And then think of yourself as a kid like I was when I was watching that, like the Railway Children, and see if you don't see the similarity in the sort of writing and the menace and all of that. You actually do feel for these kids with this uncle called Hawk coming after him. He's got a bloody scythe in his hand at one point. Why did he kill him? Honestly, I'm not joking. It's not Kez. Don't get me wrong, I mean, but we're talking a great film. Fly to the Doves, brilliant film.
Okay, thank you. Next, Tony Hawk. I have Riddle on DVD. I haven't checked for Blu-ray. All right, okay. Is that what you mentioned? See, he's looking ahead. Yeah. According to IMDb, the motion picture came out in the UK December the 15th, 1979. So I definitely saw it on that Christmas period.
Yeah.
And
Like
I would have been home from university.
I only question it because
Yeah,
I've got the book, you know, the
yeah,
making of Star Trek, the motion
yeah,
picture. The problem is, it's whenever you're reading a book like that, they're always talking about its release in America, right? They never
yeah.
talk about international and how it got over to the international market, right? And all I know is whenever I was seeing the top 10 films of 1980,
Yeah.
always one that was shown in 81 in this country, and it ended up being the #1 film, but it was 3 or 4 months after the American one, so it ended up being the top grossing film in America in one year, and it was the top grossing film in the UK the following year because they were never out at the same time, right?
Yeah.
It was months afterwards. Now, the other thing that you have to remember about Star Trek the motion picture, and it's very, 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 very famous, is that they hadn't even the fluid that they cover on the film hadn't even dried when they were showing that as a premiere at the Mann's Film Festival. You know, the Mann's Theater in California, where its first showing was. Bob Wise actually had the third reel under his seat on the plane, ready to give to the projectionist to show it that night.
Wow.
Now, how the hell, if you're that far behind and they're only just getting the prints off of the print run,
Yeah.
are you getting copies over into Britain for the same week that it's being shown in America?
Yeah.
Which is why
I am certain.
How the hell did that? How was that?
I definitely saw it on that because I would have gone
So
back to Leeds.
I'm agreeing with you. It's just I don't. The book doesn't explain it. The book never explained it.
Yeah.
And remember, you are like 25 years older than me, and so you would have been of the age. You see.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, you were 30 when that came out. You see, and I was only a whippersnapper. You know, I was only 9 or 10. You were 30 something. You know, so
I know I would have because Christmas time.
He didn't bite one bit, ladies
no,
and gentlemen.
You're 30. I had the 30 bit. You cheeky one. Yeah, no, I was listening. I'm just ignoring it. Yes, I did hear that. Anyhow, that's thank you, Michael, for looking that up.
No, thank you, Michael, for filling in my knowledge. Like I said, I'm not here to turn around and say that I'm 100% right all the time. My brain is a human brain.
Yeah.
And there's certain stuff that I can be adamant on and be wrong.
Yeah.
But when it comes to the year, that's always one thing that I'm a little bit timid on, and that is being definite about dates, because I'm not an encyclopedia where I can actually turn around and say to you, yeah, I was that was the year, right? I'm telling you now, I was 10 years old. No, I was 9 years old in December 15th, 1979. You tell me whether you remember what you did when you were 9, and what every film that you ever saw when you were 9. Because I tell you what, I went to the pictures every week to Saturday Club, and I was watching Flash Gordon's, Looney Tunes. I was watching Aristocat, Disney films, all sorts of stuff. I can't tell you every film and what week it was unless I've got a diary with it written down.
All right.
That's my rant over, you know.
You're right. Let's. Stephen Taylor says, "Do you collect music CDs as well, Del, or do you use streaming services?" Sorry, I just spent.
Now you know me pretty well, Ian. You know me pretty well.
Spotify or whatever they call that horrible thing.
You know me pretty well, Ian. What do you think my answer is going to be?
Well, I know. I think you have a very similar opinion to me about Spotify and streaming. Yeah. So that might give you a big clue.
Yeah, I'll just do this for a second. Right, it's a bit dark in my room now because it's dark. Right, I was showing 2 CDs, believe it or not, to Ian before the stream came on, because we were talking about a composer called Michael J. Lewis, and it's because I don't know if you know, but Mondo Movies. John, his name is. He's got some new films that have come over from Australia, and he happened to be talking about The Man Who Haunted Himself. And here is the soundtrack to The Man Who Haunted Himself by Michael J. Lewis. And you will see at the bottom it says, "This is for promotional purposes only, not for sale," because it never got a release. Yes, I buy soundtracks, and I buy them in vinyl, CD, whatever. Here's another one by Michael J. Lewis, Theatre of Blood. It is individually numbered. I think it says it at the bottom there. An individual numbered.
And what a film that is.
What a
Anybody
film
who's not seen that, wow, Theatre of Blood, wow. Amazing film.
So I tend to buy soundtracks. I'm not against buying albums. I've got tons of albums of Elton John, Billy Joel, because I play piano. So I studied piano when I was at school. I'm not a great piano player, but pop tunes, the synthesizer tunes of the 80s, they had a lot of keyboard in. In fact, if you go on YouTube and you hear the top 25 all-time piano riffs, it'll all be from the 80s, playing on Roland keyboards and all that sort of stuff with their distinctive Roland sound and all of that sort of stuff, right? And they'll all... So I've got a great love of pop music and stuff. But if you want to know where I get my soundtracks from, the majority come from a place called La La Records. Don't know if anybody knows it in this country. La La Records is an American company. I used to get all my stuff from Intrada or GNP or Verasa Saraband. I was a member of that club, the Verasa Saraband club, because they did all the Jerry Goldsmith stuff, and I bought no end of special editions. The Verasa Saraband also had my second favorite composer, by the way, is Georges Delarue. Now you might not have heard of him, because most people talk about James, like Horner and Williams and Goldsmith and all of those fantastic composers. Nobody talks about Georges Delarue. Don't know why. He was a French composer, and he composed music for 60 years. I think he composed for Truffaut as a director, French director. Did hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of scores. Sadly, not with us anymore. And the only way you could get his scores was through Verasa Saraband at certain points. So yeah, I'm big on CDs. I was when it was the happiest day of the week when Ian said, "Why is it that people keep talking about vinyl and don't talk about CD anymore? Why has CD got a bad name and all of this sort of stuff?" Because us as collectors, we shouldn't sort of like badmouth ourselves. It's a hard enough thing to get us to buy stuff and keep something afloat, right? And it's all about the music at the end of the day. So however you listen to it, it's the music that's important. Now, some people will say, yeah, but I want to hear it in the way that it originally was done. Well, then you've got to hire the orchestra and put them in your room then, because that's how it was originally recorded, right? And you ain't got a studio. So what we're talking about is the misconception of what digital music is and what analog music is. If you look at the bottom of a record that was made in 1981, it will tell you it's a digital recording. And most people will turn around and say, yeah, but vinyl media is an analog mechanism. And that's when people start getting into the argument. If the pressing is digital, then it's only as good as the digital recording. Do you not see it? It's the source that makes the difference. Do you see what I mean? Which is why when we're talking about film, we talk about, was it done on 35mm or 70mm? It's important to know that, because if you don't know that, if you're going to buy a 4K film and it was filmed on 16mm film, you're going to get a shitty film. It's 16mm. It's not 35 standard stock for Hollywood film stock. Do you see what I mean? We're talking the sort of projectors that you'd buy from Dixon's. And you made a film in the back garden with. That's what we're talking about when it comes to film stock. So, yeah, You see a vinyl album, and if it's got DDD in the bottom corner, then basically you've got a digital recording on a vinyl format. That's what you've got. That's all I've got to say on the matter, really. You know, if anybody wants to badmouth me for that, that's fine. I've watched enough Tech Moan. There's another guy that's on YouTube called Tech Moan who reviews hi-fis, records, albums, all of that sort of stuff. And I've seen enough YouTube stuff turning around and having this argument about which is better, vinyl or CD. I don't get involved in it. It's about, to me, it's about the music. That's it with me. I'm not a snob and say, oh, I've got the best version because it's vinyl. I don't look at it like that, or my version's blue and your one's green and all of this sort of stuff. I look at it that I've got the album. Thank God, and I can play all the tracks. Marvelous. It's what I want. You know what I mean? Of course, I'll always have a sentimentality. You know, like I love the War of the Worlds album. And I'll always remember that the best version, and it's still the best version, is the double album vinyl from 1977. Right? But if you were to ask me which one is the best recording, I'd be hard pushed because my ears aren't the same ears from 1977, and I loved that soundtrack back then. That double album was brilliant. I've listened to it on DVD. I've listened to it on CD, Spectral CD. All sorts of different ones. They all sound magnificent. I've had special headphones on that give a spectral recording, so it bounces around my ears and all of this sort of stuff. Trouble is, my ears are now 50 years old. I wish I could go back to when my ears were 9 and have the headsets on from now and tell you whether I think that version's better than that version. Because I have to have the volume up to 9 now for me to actually turn around and say anything these days. So there you go. That's the end. I'm not saying no more. Thank you so much for the interesting question. I love CDs, and Ian's got he's got a collection that I'd die to have.
Yeah, you know? I love CDs, as I said. I think there is one aspect that you might know more about than I
think you'd say the same about my collection, because I think I'd love your soundtracks. Yeah. Jesus. Yeah.
I think one of the most interesting things, which always part of all this debate, is the development of the recording studios in the 1960s. The Beatles, we often come back, should also be acknowledged as sort of pioneers in terms of development of the number of tracks used when recording. It wasn't just taking 1 track, 2 tracks, 3 tracks. It was building up, because before recording studios, they have the mics in various places, and it was all done. It wasn't done like they developed it. It was, the recording was made and that was it. But they discovered, George Martin has to take a lot of praise as well. But for developing that, you could put all these different sounds and get the mics, recording them and blending them all together. So you're getting a whole new way of recording and enhancing and creativity. And also, don't forget, this was the era when in the 60s started, everything was in mono, stereo.
It used to say on the back of the album, this is a mono. Or it would say this album can be played in stereo, but you would need a stereo needle or cartridge to actually play this, and need stereo equipment. And
stereo was a big thing when it came out. That
used to be around the seam on the back of the record along the right hand side, about having a stereo needle.
I remember having demonstrations of stereo records. So you'd have some bloke going ping, pong. So you get one speed saying ping and then another pong. And then you say, oh, look, there's a train going by. And they go, train going by. So everybody was going, look at stereo. I think at first a lot of people thought, oh, it's a bit of a gimmick. And then, of course, from that, they started to just develop it. People then became used to it and saw it as it is, and it's like today, I was listening to some albums. You notice very much, as I say, in terms of recording techniques, how a good remaster can totally make an album so much different and alive from what it originally was recorded as. And that's one of the great things about modern techniques I mean, like, as I mentioned, that Rolling Stones album originally in '71, it wouldn't have sounded as good as it does now on this. This is a remastered version, and the sound, the layers of sound, everything is absolutely fantastic. But we forget that in those days, it would not have sounded like that. It really wouldn't. So in a way, we're very lucky nowadays to have the best. We can hear these. There'll be these purists who say, "No, I like to hear it how it was meant to be." Well, I'd like to hear the best version possible.
Yeah, the best version.
Yeah, not all this. Oh, it's not the same. It's a load of rubbish. All that stuff. It really is. Anyhow, the end of my rant. Right. Michael says, the Steelbook is a tenner more than standard Blu-ray.
The Doctor Who, so it'll be 60 quid, 50 quid for the Blu-ray.
Yeah, don't surprise.
Sorry, for the standard pack. The standard pack is 50. The Steelbook is 60.
It was £50, didn't it? So it'd be 60 quid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the Steelbook is a tenner more.
Yeah.
And then remember, it's Blu-ray, not 4K.
I don't think it'll have the church on Ruby Road as it already has a standard release.
Yes, but this is where I was saying the BBC did always release the Christmas one special.
Yeah.
But it's just that for people that wanted to buy the series, they used to have the Christmas special tagged on.
That's right. They did, yeah.
And the only one that they didn't do that one with, as far as I know, is the Capaldi one. I'd have to go back over my whole collection to check that out, but I'm pretty sure.
Did they do that with the Jodie Whittaker New Year releases, or did they just stick them on? Did they release?
I didn't buy any single Christmas episode. I think for the Jodie one.
Well, they didn't have it at Christmas, did they? They moved it to New Year.
Yeah, it was New
Year.
Yeah,
I don't know. I can't remember. I wouldn't have been surprised if they'd just stick it on the whole release, but I don't know. They might have released a separate one.
Take it like I mean, it is a bit strange because if I remember rightly, David Tennant's season on DVD started off with the Christmas Invasion and then did the.
That's right, it did, yeah.
Because that was his first introduction, really.
It was, yeah.
So I'm not sure. It's an interesting. We'll know, won't we? Anyway,
yeah.
Not long now.
I've got the Blu-ray, and I'm sure they shoved the Blu-ray David Tennant one with Christmas Invasion on. They would have put that wouldn't have been released separately, would it?
No, that's going too far back.
Yeah,
what I'm trying to say is, when it came to Moffat taking over as producer, that's when they started getting really, really greedy and putting Christmas episodes out as special.
Yeah. David Bradley. That's who I have forgotten about his name. Great actor.
Brilliant.
Yeah. Danny Jukes. Complete season 1 episodes. Space Babies, The Devil's Cord, Boom, 73 Yards, Dot and Bubble, Rogue, The Legend of Ruby Sunday, Empire of Death, Christmas Special 2023, The Church on Ruby Road. Oh, yeah. I said thank you anyhow, Danny, for listing all those. Wonderful.
5, 6, 7.
Yeah,
8. That's 9 episodes.
Yeah,
so that is 8 and a Christmas special then.
Yeah, the church on. Yes, one of the worst. Well, no, probably Space Babies was even worse. Just. And then Cy Robson. Hello, hi guys. Hello. Thank you, Cy. And then Tony says, I've won your special prize, a free lifetime supply of air. Well, yeah. Actually, I don't need air. Sorry, I had to get that. I had to get that one in. It was just couldn't resist that one. Yes. Right. Stephen Taylor, are there any new releases you are looking forward to getting? The Mad Max and Planet of the Apes films are the two I'm waiting for. Is any that you're looking forward to, Delboy?
Well, mentioning those two there, I'd look forward to the Planet of the Apes, but probably not the Mad Max. The only reason not for the Mad Max is not because of anything that people have been talking about in regards to it's more a woman's orientated film. You know, it's seen from the perspective of the female of the character in it. It's nothing to do with that. It's more to do with the fact that Planet of the Apes is more a beloved series for me to watch. So basically, I look forward to anything, you know, that basically adds to my collection of Planet of the Apes films and all of that sort of stuff. Nothing beats the classic, but the good news is that they haven't hindered in the new ones or ruined my experience of the classics with these new ones. Do you see what I mean? So I would definitely this year be looking forward to a steelbook release of Planet of the Apes. Less so for Mad Max because I didn't even like the third Mad Max film, right? Fun Beyond Thunderbone, Dome, Chrome, Rome, whatever. I love the first one, like the second one. You know, and Fury Road was not bad, and Furiosa, not bad either. But as a series, it doesn't rivet me like Planet of the Apes does. Are there any new releases you're looking forward to getting? I can't think of any really. I don't know quite what's coming out this year. That's new, you know, that's been at the cinema that I'm going to be buying. There's loads of old ones that have been that are being released in 4K this year. I learned this week that although I missed the Columbia box set, do you remember the Columbia box set, the 4K Volume 1, Volume 2, Volume 3, Volume 4? A League of Their Own is now coming out as a singular release on 4K, and it was apparently only going to be part of that box set. You had to buy that box set to get A League of Their Own, right? So now, all of a sudden, you can get that on 4K. Yay! So, of course, that makes me very, very happy.
I think I heard a film I know you probably like as well is One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. I think that's coming out in 4K.
We're all looking forward to Maxine, the Hitcher, you know, all of these sort of things, right? But if we're talking about films that have been shown just recently, brand spanky new, I'm not looking forward to Ghostbusters. That is now being sent to people's houses because they took my money already. They said my one's been dispatched, right? Am I looking forward to getting that as a Blu-ray or a 4K? No. Saw in the pictures, thought it was all right. Other people slated it, but it's not Ghostbusters from 1984, is it? So then I'm excited, you know, but I've already got that about 7 times. I'll turn it to you because I can't think of a.
I think.
I mean, we've got June 2, haven't we? So we've got that already.
I think the films that I'd be interested in that haven't come out yet. I think Planet of the Apes, to be fair, I definitely would go for that. To be honest, the Mad Max doesn't interest me that much. I'm not a big Mad Max fan.
That was it. It's the same answer, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm not really that bothered about that. Maxine, maybe it'll get a release this year. It's very possible Maxine could be out before Christmas.
Yeah, I'm hoping so.
So I'd definitely be interested in Maxine. And I like the Quiet Place films, and that is coming out
next
very
week,
soon now. A Quiet Place Day 1. So
that's next week, I believe. I think. This Friday or next Friday, I think.
That one is a must. And also, I know I've said it before. You know what I'm going to say. He's got a film called The Trap coming out as M. Night Shyamalan, and obviously I'll be interested in that. And I think it got a lot of bad reviews but I've got a feeling I'm going to like they changed the title to Watch, but his daughters and now it's called The Watchers. I've looked at that and I think I'm going to like that, even though a lot of people really didn't like it. I think it's got a lot of promise, and I think it'll be right up my street. So I'll probably end up getting that as well. Though, as I say, a lot of people did not like that. They're very negative reviews. But yeah, I'm expecting that. But yeah, and of course, I think the Aliens film will be out before Christmas as well.
You think that'll be out before Christmas? I'm guessing that won't be.
Oh well, has it got an official release date yet?
I mean, if you're talking Alien Romulus, it's going to be out at the cinema, but I doubt it's going to have a Christmas.
When's it got a release date?
Isn't it first week of August?
Oh, I think it could be out by Christmas. Definitely, there's a chance it would be a good Christmas seller. I think they could get that out by Christmas.
Think of it for a moment, though. It will probably almost incredibly definitely this will happen. It will have a license that says that the streaming service gets to show this before the physical release comes out.
Yeah. Is it going to be Disney?
Have you seen?
Is it going to be Disney Plus?
Have you seen Napoleon on a physical release yet?
No, I'm now thinking it's going to be Disney Plus.
When did Napoleon come out?
Yeah, but I don't know. I've got to try and be optimistic because I'm looking forward to it. It's a film that I hope I'm not going to be disappointed, but.
Hang on, you're from Yorkshire. How can you be optimistic, you sad devil?
Yeah, well, you've got to be optimistic sometimes. You can't be all way by it's trouble at mill, lad.
Yeah, you're from Yorkshire, man. You don't have optimism in your blood. That's a
You've got to have a bit of optimism, lad. So, I've got to be optimistic for Aliens film. It's such a good lot of movies,
to me, it would be a definite.
Well, it probably won't.
Right? All I'm saying is, it makes perfect sense because you want people at Christmas to buy DVDs and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Be a nice present,
But I think we've gone past the days now that the VHS is wrapped up and given to your loved ones.
Yeah. Hey, what's wasting money on wrapped up things?
We're trying to hang on to physical media as it is, and I can't remember everybody showing the Coronation Street tree and they're opening their present and they've got a DVD or a book or something. It's always a box of chocolates and whatever, and an iPod or a Walkman. Well, you know what I mean.
God, you're going back now. iPods, Walkmans. Oh my God!
Right. I can't remember. I don't think there's many people that get physical media at Christmas.
No, it's only us sad people. But we're not sad. We're really good people, really.
I went into WH Smith and bought this Laurel and Hardy VHS tape for you. Yeah. Right.
Oh, WH Smith, you've done it now. It used to have its own department. Imagine a whole floor full of videos, DVDs, and then of course records. It used to have all records as well. Oh, those were days. Right, we've got royalty now, as you say. Here we have. It's hello, Keith. Euphoria Pictures. Yes, there is. He got it in earlier, didn't he? He was looking down. Yeah. Anyhow, hello, gentlemen. I thought I would stop in and say a quick hello and see how everybody's doing. Oh, you are having a good stream. Yeah, we are, and thank you for popping in. And you've probably gone now, but thank you anyhow for popping in.
That's why I said that's why I said hi earlier on when it first popped up, because I thought I might.
There he is.
And well done on your last Friday stream, Keith. Well done.
Yeah, it was. And hopefully you're going to do them all the time now.
Wow.
Hopefully. There's no excuse. Yeah, because there's no excuse. He can do them now. You've done it. Once you've done one, That's it. You can do them.
Do them. Did you see the viewing figures on that?
Yeah,
thing?
I bet they were made hours look like about nothing. I
Right.
dread to think what hours.
I came in quite late because I wasn't feeling very
Yeah.
well. Right. And there was 70 watching then.
Exactly.
And
Yeah.
I wished him well on a
Yeah.
by
I
recording.
I put one in earlier, wishing him well. Yeah.
No, I actually, because
Yeah.
I've got it.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, I've got his sort of like phone
Yeah.
type thing. I
Yeah.
sent a recorded message to him.
I thought he did well. I thought he did well.
So
So
I
I
sent,
don't see a
so I
problem.
sent. What I'm saying is, I sent a
Yeah.
recorded message to him, and he
Yeah.
actually apologized for getting back so late to me. But he
Yeah.
was sending so many thank yous for his stream last
Yeah.
night, and he said that although he still needed to have a chat with a couple of people, it's pretty unlikely that there wouldn't be any more.
Good. Excellent. And
I think they were worried about was whether they were going to do it every week or whether they were going to do it every other week and all something like that.
yeah.
And of course, that he did. You know, I'm pretty sure, and it's written in the stars that they said they'd give it up in a heartbeat if Scott comes back. It'd go straight back to the old format.
Yeah. Yeah.
To be quite honest, I think the quality chat ones we're missing.
Yeah.
I don't want to whole hundreds of suddenly channels coming up with chat shows because one person goes away and it leaves a hole somewhere.
Yeah.
But I do love the quality ones, the ones that make me think, the ones that bring out a question that hasn't been heard 1,000 times.
Yeah.
That's why I like coming on here with you.
Yeah.
Ian,
I like the nostalgia.
the type of person that you've got asking questions, taxing my brain. You know, it's like, oh, wow,
that's right.
And it's not the familiar question of have you seen this trailer tonight?
Yeah.
What do you
nice.
think of,
I like the variety.
Yeah,
you got to have variety. So let's see who's next. Danny Dukes, Cy Robson, hi. And Danny Dukes says Euphoria Pictures, hi. Tony, I quite liked Ian Richardson as Holmes. I have the two films he made in the 80s on Blu-ray. I don't know them.
I don't
know them. I don't know them at all, Tony.
I know I haven't got those.
Yeah. Stephen Moles, have you been breakdancing against him? Well, no. I'm no, definitely not. No. Anyhow, if I did, it wouldn't be a pretty sight. I'll tell you, it wouldn't. Sarah's like, Danny Dukes, I'm 80. Tony, Burt Walk was even taken Chinaman to token Chinaman. He was in Last of the Summer Wine. Oh, crikey.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah. Would you believe it? He's everywhere.
You didn't have Steve McGarrett, did you? With Clegg, did you?
But I mean, it's true. He was everywhere. But what? He was the only Chinaman. He was.
Do you remember when the BBC had a flux of things like the Chinese Detective and things like that?
Oh yeah.
That was on at the same time as Shoestring.
Oh, Shoestring not going back as well. All these oldies.
And Bergerac.
Bergerac, all right. Didn't what's it, Leela appear in Bergerac?
Think so.
Louise Jameson, that's it. I was trying to think of her name.
It was that old Lovejoy, weren't it? I don't know quite which one she was in. She wasn't in Boone.
Yeah. It could have been as well. Do you remember there was a series about Japanese prisoner of war women? Tenko.
I've got that. Yeah, DVD. I've got Tenko on DVD.
Yeah, because that was quite a big series at the time.
That's got one of the ladies is also in To the Man Born, wasn't it? She was you know, the not the lead. It was
Not
the her
Penelope
friend.
Keith. Other one.
Yeah, it's not Penelope. It's her
Yeah.
friend. You know, the one who she
Yes.
always
Yes.
talks about.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
she was in Tenko.
Yeah. I think Louise Jameson could have been. I don't know. I've got a feeling about that. I don't know. Because she was in quite a bit of demand at one time. Yeah. Stephen Moles. I watched Imaginary last night. It's awful, but Stop Motion is a good film worth checking out. Yeah, Imaginary has had a lot of bad things. I looked at it and switched it off, really. I just didn't carry on with it. It just, something about it, it looked as well a tick box kind of movie as well. And that puts me off. You get a feeling straight away what it's going to be like.
I haven't heard much about Imaginary, but I have heard about Stop Motion, but haven't seen it.
Yeah, Stop Motion, I've not heard anything about, but Delboy, it's something I'll check out.
I've heard of that, but haven't seen it. Imaginary, I haven't heard anything about it and don't know anything about it. So.
I definitely recommend Sting if anybody, as I said, is a creature feature. I enjoyed it. Thoroughly enjoyed it. It was like just good to have something like that. Tony Hawk says, love Roy Budd's scores. There you are. This is for Delboy. Get Carter, Who Dares Wins, and so many more. There you are. Get Carter. What a film. What a film. Steve Moles. I like Basil Rathbone as Sherlock Holmes. Yeah. I think very popular. Steve Taylor. What are your favorite websites to read about all things films and TV? Oh. I do look at that Blu-ray.com quite a bit, which gives releases, what's coming out. Websites specifically about film.
Well, I use Blu-ray.com when I want to know about whether a picture quality is a true 4K transfer or not. But I don't go there. I don't go there generally for a review of a film.
No, I'm trying to think of any. What I do is sometimes if a film comes up and I'm thinking, I wonder what the opinion is about this film, I'll just do a Google and just maybe read through a few written reviews of what people have said. But
of course, I don't
want to. You know what? I don't want to spoil if particularly like if it's like the Planet of the Apes film. I don't want to read about it. I don't want to spoil my enjoyment of going. But if it's a film that I don't know anything about, I might just think, oh, I should just have a quick look. But it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to put me off. If it's a bad review. In fact, opposite with me. Sometimes I'm thinking, yeah, but it is. It's like that. It's like there was a review of which film was it? Yeah, it was a review of the House Invasion one that I said. And they said in their review, it was obvious. Everything was obvious. And the characters, it's all far-fetched. They would never act like that in real life, do stupid things. Well, I'm thinking to myself, well, in horror films, that's part of the love of horror films, is that you love the characters doing the stupid, obvious films. Like, don't go down that cellar. Oh, okay, I'll just go down and have a look. That's what you like. It's part of... So, I would... dish a film and say, hey, it's wrong, that film, because the characters are so obvious. That's one of the charms of a horror film. It's something you expect in a horror film. So I wouldn't knock a film for that. Reviews, I would just I do like to read a review and think, oh yeah, well, maybe that might get my interest up in a film. think, yeah. So, I'm like that, right? Yeah. I haven't got any sites. Can you think of? Do you, Delboy, watch it? Is there any particular sites that you would look at?
Oh, can I talk now? Well,
Yeah,
I was about to go. I was about to go to sleep. Sorry, I
you
was
can
there.
stay there. You can stay there for a.
Oh, is it my turn?
Yeah.
You see,
Well,
I'm
sat here waiting.
no, I'm really old, right? And I read books.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah. How many times does he show that book? Yeah.
Because it's a Bible, and it's the
I know
Bible.
it is. I know it is. I'm actually.
Everybody,
It's the sort of book that I would have. Actually,
right?
I love it.
All I'm saying is the internet is not always up, right? And it's always full of people that have rewritten a review now. And I'd like to read what Leonard Maltin thought of it 20 years ago, not what it's written about today. There aren't really many websites that I go to because I like to hear it from you guys. I like to be in the position where I've seen the film myself, and it's like going into the pub and I'm having a chat afterwards about it. Right. But I did used to like listening to film reviews on Radio 5. You know, it used to have what's his name? Mark. Oh, I forgot his name. Is it Steve Wright or not Steve Wright? It was anyway, the cold chick, his name's Clyde of something. Anyway, he's got a website now. They used to do their film reviews every Friday. Wish I could remember his name. It'll come up in a minute on the chat, I'm sure of it. Everybody knows who it is.
Oh,
I'm actually even subscribed to them.
Is it something in Mayo?
Yeah, Simon Mayo and whatever it is. They've got their own.
Yeah, I forgot his name. The other bloke.
Yeah, it begins with a K or something like that. I've forgotten what. Commode.
No.
Commode.
No.
Right. So I listen to them, and I take what they've got on board. And I've got a number of friends that write on this letterbox thing, but I don't really pay too much attention to them because they're reviewing films that I've actually seen. I've got my own opinion on, and I know the films inside and out. You know, like so I'm not trying to poo-poo them. You know, it's great that people like Pete from Playtendo Guys got a letterbox account, and he's writing about, say, Body of Evidence or something, right? But the trouble is, I've seen that film, I've got it, and if he puts down 3.5 stars for it, I'd be going, what? You know what I mean? Because I've got in my head, I know what that film is. Do you know what I mean? But I'll tell you the reason why I like reading those reviews from Pete and all that sort of stuff is he's looking at it from a totally fresh set of eyes. Would you agree?
Yeah, I like his. I read these reviews. I think they're really good.
So I look more to you guys to tell me about what you think, because I like to get into a discussion like I am here with Ian about a film. You know, we might have both seen a film at the cinema this week, and we'd be sitting there talking about it now, saying, "Oh, but yeah, do you remember that bit in it? Do you remember that bit in it?" Oh. You know what I mean? Those were the days where that's what we used to do each week. On a Friday, I'd go to the pictures and I'd meet my mates afterwards for a pint. We'd be talking about it and all of that sort of stuff. And it's not the same when you're watching it at home.
It's Mark Commode and Simon Mayo.
Yeah, we said that.
Commode and Mayo, yeah.
Chuck, bloody hell, what is it? Does it take a long time for sound to get to Yorkshire from the south?
Yeah, it does.
We've already said that about 5 minutes ago. We said Mayo and Commode. We've done it. Right. Anyway.
Yeah. There you are.
So anyway, legitimately, I listen to those two. I definitely watch certain trailers. I listen to you guys more than anybody else. And I like to read the odd letterbox review that my friends have got because they want to be film critiques, and it's nice that I can look at it and go, oh, I can see where they're coming from, and they're looking at it with a fresh set of eyes compared to mine, where I saw it back in the day. You know what I mean? I remember I can still go back to the time where I watched it the first time and go, yeah, I can see where you're coming from, or why you would think that. Do you know what I mean? I think they've got the hardest thing in the world to do is a review, because they might have seen a film that's overtook that film now, and then they're looking at this film and they're giving it a lesser review. What you have to remember is that film wrote the pilot for what you're watching now. You know, without that film, you wouldn't get this other film. Do you see what I mean? You've got to look at it. You don't want to go back in time like that. You know, you can't say Star Wars is crap because this other film is so much better. You got to remember that Star Wars wrote the book. You know, 1977. Without Star Wars, you wouldn't have had half the films in the 80s come out. You see what I mean? You've got to remember that it's been overtaken, but you got to remember, without that, you wouldn't have got the film you're talking so highly about. You see what I'm getting at? Like your Dune. That's a perfect example. Dune. Your 80s version of Dune, your new version that you're seeing in 2024. Don't poo-poo the 1984 version. You got to remember that when you saw that back in 1984, it was like, you what? Special effects? You see these body armor suits that were like crystal clear, and they were fighting each other, and that special effect was like top class. And people that look at it now go, yeah, you can do that in the BBC now with a BBC. Well, yeah, but it doesn't make the film any worse, because I can remember exactly what my mind was like when I was watching it back in 1984. So I'm like that. I can't give the biggest answer then, other than to say, you guys, that's where I get most of my information from. YouTube land, and you guys. You know, I think everybody's got their own little arsenal of people that they watch, like Physical Media or Euphoria Pictures or whatever it is. And like I say, Blu-ray.com is a godsend for anybody who collects physical media, because they will tell you no nonsensely whether it's a crap transfer or not. Don't listen to some of these people that are going off and saying, it's got too much grain, it's got too much digital noise.
No.
Go to Blu-ray.com, read what it says there. They've got the answer for you on that. So
I would just say something else, is that people shouldn't be afraid to change their mind about films, should they?
No,
you can watch a film and you might not be in the right mood, or you might just be in a different context, and you watch it and think, oh, I don't like that. And then you can come back to it and think, wow, what happened there? I really like it. So, there's never a right or wrong in a way. People say, oh, I don't like people just dismissing a film, saying, oh, it's crap, like that. Oh, it's a masterpiece. They're both extreme. If somebody says something's a masterpiece, I'm immediately thinking, yeah, I'm sure. A skeptical side immediately comes out. And then when somebody just totally dismisses something as crap, you think, well, no, it may not be as like that. I mean, it could be, but I wouldn't just.
Hey, we miss Jamie though, don't we? Because he used to turn around and say, "It's a masterpiece."
Yeah, I'm not saying this for ages. It did a masterpiece, yes. But yeah, why not? Yeah. Anyhow, it's all our own opinions which make it interesting. And that's a good thing, And as I said, there's loads of films that I like that everybody thinks is a pile of dung heap,
Oh, they don't say that at all.
Yeah, you do. I know you do. Yeah. Actually, you're a bit more sympathetic with Dune. People think I'm absolutely mad about Dune, thinking, how can you like that pile of, whatever.
That got a bad rep.
It's because of the direct. It's because, I'll be honest, Lynch said they messed about too much.
Good old Lynchy.
Yeah, and all that stuff. But anyhow,
he was diversive like Michael Winner, though. At the end of the day.
Yeah. Anyhow, there is lots of films that we could talk about, and we have his own personal reasons maybe for liking them. It's just how it is. Cy Robson, Do you remember the Kolchak movie and TV series Night Stalker? Yes, I got them as birthday presents from my best mate. Well, they're fantastic presents to have. Absolutely wonderful series, and as we know, Chris Carter at X Files always mentions those that influenced him to write the X Files, and the great series is absolutely wonderful.
Yeah. Very, 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 very hard to get hold of now.
Yeah,
I got the DVDs when they came out. I'll never forget it. I think I'd seen the pilot as a film on TV. It was a late
yeah,
night TV film.
it was.
Definitely,
Yeah,
it was definitely about vampires, the first one.
yeah,
I can see him now whistling that tune as he sits down at his typewriter going,
fantastic series, wonderful. Yeah. Actually, I looked, and I think they may well be just one available on Amazon now. Maybe
really?
it could be. I'm sure I looked up. It could only one. I don't think it's the full series. It could of course be a German release or something.
Yeah,
I'm sure I looked.
I'll tell you what, you got me concerned now, because as far as I'm concerned, that's been out of print for about a decade. So I'm gonna look myself.
Yeah,
You,
we're all
you don't get things like this, kids, on other shows. Look, we're looking for you, whether you might be interested. Look, we're gonna look here and see if Kolchak's there.
Kolchak the Night Stalker DVD or Blu-ray. Let's have a look. I've done DVD. Yeah, Kolchak the Night Stalker DVD, £19.10. Now, is that the full series? Oh, wait. The Night Stalker official Region 2 PAL release DVD, 1999. Kolchak the Night Stalker, yeah, 1974 to 75.
Yeah, that's more like it. It's £30.67.
Yeah. So there has been a Blu-ray then, has there? Because I just did the search and it came up with, let me have a look, Blu-ray. I don't know if
even the Australian even the Australian one.
Oh yes, 68 quid, 68.47. Kolchak the Night Stalker, the complete series, 68 quid. Well, if you've got a spare 68 quid, there we are.
Yeah, Jesus. Have you noticed that all of these are American?
Yeah. I like
Kolchak the Night Stalker DVD, £30.67, American. Kolchak the Night Stalker, the film, £19.10, American. Yeah. Here we go. 6-piece full subdoll DVD, 1983, US import, £30. Yeah. They're all.
This one, the complete series. It says delivery by July the 2nd. £58.28. Was £60. Wow, saving a bit of money there, aren't you?
Like I said, I bought the PAL release, and it cost me, I think, $29.99 at the time that I bought it.
Yeah, anyway, they're the Blu-rays, so there is some Blu-ray action. So
look at that, looking these things up for you guys. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, well,
if you haven't subbed to Ian, you're bloody mental.
Yeah. It is worth knowing, because sometimes these things we think have gone out of print, and quite legitimately, you might do a search and think, oh, they haven't got it, and then it'll come back.
Yeah,
get the stuff back in stock. So
it's like a warehouse has suddenly gone.
Yeah. So it is always worth
and the stuff is then suddenly returned to Amazon, and all of a sudden you've got boxes of the stuff.
It's like these network releases. Sometimes we think they've totally been sold up, and then they'll appear again. Though some on eBay are charging ridiculous prices, but I notice Amazon sometimes has put some network releases. They must have got a few back in stock or something.
And then full well. I mentioned it a couple of weeks ago on your own stream. I said to you that World at War has got a re-release.
That's right. I saw that.
Under the network label, it's still there.
Yeah,
and it's there under the new label, and the new label is £10 more than the old network label.
Yeah, I know. That's Terrible.
And it's the same for Armchair Thriller.
Yeah.
£10, £64.95 under the new label, £54.95 under the old one.
Yeah. A rip-off time.
They haven't sold the old stock yet.
No. Yeah. Oh, dear.
There you go.
Right. Frank Holder. Today I got the Quatermass collection DVD. Quatermass in the post, which has the Quatermass Experiment, Quatermass 2, and Quatermass and the Pit. Love them. Which is your favorite? Oof.
Are those the films? Are those the films, or are they the TV?
Yeah, the films. Which of the films do you think is the best?
Actually, every time for me.
I haven't seen them for quite a while, but
yeah,
I've got
Quatermass and the Pit every time for me. But there you go. I'm quite easily pleased.
How much is that? The one in the 60s, Quatermass and the Pit.
Quatermass and the Pit is the one with the aliens underneath the railway station.
Oh, right. Oh, you've just said it. I like that one best. Yeah.
Quatermass Experiment is the humans that come down from the first space launching. And they've got an alien. They've got an alien.
Yeah. I think it is the one in the railway station is
Hobbs Lane, because even the name Hobbs has got the word devil in it.
It's got a great atmosphere to it. There's a lot to love in that film. And so I agree. That would be my favorite as well.
I like the BBC production over the film.
Yeah,
there we go.
You could still you could still get that, I think, on
I've got it on black. It's black and white drama production.
That is good. Yeah.
And then if you're looking outside of the box for the Quatermass, you can always buy the ITV production with
John Mills.
Yeah, it was about the Round Right Stones, and the people taking them to what they thought was a new planet.
Yeah,
bloody idiots.
Yeah.
We knew from episode 1 they were being burnt to death, but you had to watch it all the way to the
end. Anyhow, I hope that has answered your question.
By the way, that's a network release. That's
absolutely great box set.
That's a network release on Blu-ray. That Quatermass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent.
I bought it on Blu-ray.
Did you?
Yeah.
Actually, I might have. No, I think mine might be on Blu-ray. Yeah. Actually,
it was advertised.
Yeah.
It was advertised as having all different covers.
And
it was random on which cover you would get, whether you'd get the red cover, the blue cover.
I'm sure I've got. Yeah. Anyhow, I'll have to have a look. Used to watch Kolchak on TV when they were first broadcast. I have the Australian DVD of the series and the US release of the pilot. And then we've got Jim Jam Movies and TV. Good evening, guys. Hello. Got 2 networks on order. Volume 1 and 2. Arthur Haynes Show.
No, I don't remember.
I've heard the name, and I know it was sure in 60s, but I don't remember, to be honest.
I don't remember the Arthur Haynes Show. I can tell you that now.
Yeah, it's one of those. Just the name, but no, I don't know much about him really. TV comic, I would imagine. I think.
Oh yeah.
What was the last film you watched? I think we've last film I watched. I'll say Sting because I only watched it. I'll say Sting. That was a creature feature. That's the last one I watched.
Well, pretty much the last film I watched was Outland because I did a capsule review.
Yeah.
I haven't watched a film since Outland, since the capsule review. So I watched the film and then did the capsule review almost straight afterwards. Believe it or not, it was pretty much within about an hour. So it was fresh in my brain.
Right. Tony Hawk, evening Jim Jam. I've been watching some episodes of The Cheaters on Network Blu-ray this week. A 60s crime drama series. Have you got it? Well, I've never heard of it, to be honest. Never heard of anything called The Cheaters. So Jim Jam might have heard of that. I don't know. Steve Moles. They should get Ian in a Western, put a hat on him, and he could be that wise old fart telling stories outside a bar. Okay, thank you. I like the wise bit, but the old fart, I'm not so
sure. Where did the wise bit come in?
Hey, hang on. Me an old bugger. And all, yeah.
You're the old fool who thinks that bloody gold is coming out of them bare hills. That's what you are.
What would Delboy be doing? What would he be doing?
I'd probably be hossing Bonanza.
I've got this new film soundtrack. It's absolutely brilliant. It's Jerry Goldsmith's best. Oh, it really is. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Stop taking the piss.
Yeah.
I'd probably be Hoss or something from Bonanza or something. I dare say.
You could play. You could be the pianist. You could be doing Jerry Goldsmith.
I'm the one in the back going. I'm playing the entertainer in the corner.
Yeah, you could be doing that, and then you could say, "Don't shoot me. I'm only the piano player." No,
yeah.
You can get that one.
Out John album.
Might have got that one.
Out John album. But yeah. There's no end of jokes like that. Being serious though, I mean, I'd love to be, Clint Eastwood or whatever it is. I ain't gonna be. Yeah. Who would I like to be? I'd like to be someone like Gene Hackman in The Quick and the Dead. I'd like to own the town and say, "You only live because I want you to live. You only see the sunrise." You only see the sunrise because I allow you to see the sunrise. I'd love to get up in the morning and be able to say that. I can't say that to anyone. Kick my head in.
What can you say? Those are great. It's a great line. It is that. It is.
Saying that though, I don't think there's a 4K of The Quick and the Dead, is there? I've only got the Blu-ray of it. Do you know of a 4K of it?
No,
there is there?
No. Right. Danny Jukes, Jim Jam movies and TV. Hi, mate. And then Steve Moles sat. Yeah. Me sat down. Yeah.
He was correcting a word in
previous. Michael's Movie Corner. The New Year's specials had both single release and was on the Series 12 box set, but not for the Flux, I don't think.
Exactly.
On the New Year specials.
That's what I'm saying.
So they did have single releases.
As we move into the Capaldi era, it became less likely you would get the Christmas edition on the box set. But you did for a certain while with the Jodie Whittaker releases, but as I said, I think the Flux didn't.
Well, they wouldn't have missed an opportunity to get some money, would they, really, by then? No, definitely. And the Moffat Xmas special had a single release and was a part of the box set, except Capaldi's final episode.
Exactly. Remember, I told you the last episode.
Yeah,
was called Once Upon a Time or Twice Upon a Time.
Yeah,
and that was a singular release, and it never appeared on any season end.
Yeah. Cy Robson, I've just found out that my local independent cinema is putting on the original Star Wars trilogy as a triple bill. I can't wait to see them again on the big screen. Well, that would be an absolute treat. And I would imagine that would get sold out pretty quick.
I have one big problem with that, though, because it's going to be the ones that George Lucas has actually got to change
the doctored ones. Yes.
I mean, I can't remember anyone that's turned around and said, I remember going to the cinema in the last 5 years and seeing the original Star Wars trilogy as it was before all the editing and everything
No,
got
they
done.
won't be available. I bet they won't be available. They wouldn't. Oh, they would. Sorry, they wouldn't make them available.
There'd be no negative to do it
They'd
from.
say no. This is it. Which
There
is
might be
sad.
some private cinemas that have got stuff that have bought the actual original projection reels, because that cinema guy who's an ex-projectionist, he's got private reels of Alien and all that sort of stuff. He can actually show Star Wars. There might be some people in private connectors,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
therefore they might do special showings, to a select
yeah.
audience in a certain town
I would
somewhere.
imagine this might be though a commercial cinema.
And I'm telling you now, that'll
Yeah.
that'll be a 1990s. The Star Wars is coming back to cinema, guys, but it's the one that George Lucas has made
Yeah,
already changes to, and then
yeah,
little special
yeah,
effects. It won't
yeah,
be the original. I
yeah,
remember going to the cinema and seeing the first 3 films when they first came out without all those special effects, but there
yeah,
aren't.
yeah,
We're getting fewer and fewer every year. I
yeah.
remember it.
I'm not going to brag, of course, but of course, that I would have actually saw Star Wars when it actually came out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we did. I did. I saw it 13 times in the summer of 72. But I mean, my one bragging right is that I've got the laser discs of the original,
Yeah,
the definitive collection that came
yeah,
out for 199
yeah,
quid.
yeah,
I mean, that's my oh god, I'll never
yeah,
get rid of that set.
yeah,
And I've got and then do you know what happened? A year later, he then released it again, but it was the newer ones.
yeah. I kind of, and this is probably controversial, but I kind of wish they were just that trilogy and there was nothing else in the Star Wars. But that's was never going to happen. Well, there was a gap, wasn't there? How many years gap was there between the return of the sorry, what was the very last one? The third in the original trilogy.
Yeah.
There was a gap, wasn't there?
1983 that came out, and 2000 is the Phantom Menace.
Yeah, so there was quite a gap. I kind of wish they'd have left it, but
well, take it like this: the Phantom Menace came out. I think it's either 1999 or 2000. It's the same. It's the same period of time as Gladiator came out.
Yeah,
because everybody was going, Phantom Menace, what a letdown! Gladiator, what a film!
Yeah,
right. You know what I mean? So there was like
actually, it's interesting you say that because I've noticed now there's like been a big up of Phantom Menace. People are thinking. I've seen some people talking about it because I think it's gone back on the cinema. They've been doing some showings, haven't they? And they're saying, "Oh, it's not as bad as we thought it was. We actually now quite like." It just shows you how interesting that people's perceptions of films change, time and what have you. Because you're right, at the time that it didn't have to get a slagging, didn't it? Great.
Wow,
they were going mad. It was that Jar Jar Binks.
You waited 16 years, and then you had characters like Jar Jar Binks in it. But I think the other thing is what turned a lot of people off was the politics. Nobody turned around and said the lightsaber battle at the end was bad. Nobody said, I think, that the pod car racing was bad.
Yeah,
right. It's just politics, Jar Jar Binks. You know what I mean?
That's it.
That really people didn't like, because it's all about things like trading routes and all of this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Bollocks that nobody really.
I think they were expecting so much more. It so hyped in many ways, and then.
I mean, I don't think many people really wanted to know about. They thought it was going to be a pretty hard sell to show this as the Darth Vader trilogy, where he's growing up and he ends up being Darth Vader. I think that was a hard sell as well, but I think that they got away with that. I don't think they like just Christian Henderson's portrayal. I don't think he was a very good actor. I don't think
he was a popular, extremely. You know what I mean? I think the attraction, of course, what when people probably went to see The Phantom Menace was, oh, it's George Lucas, therefore he's not going to mess this up. That's, you see, you'd have that mentality, wouldn't you? You'd think, well, you know, it's George Lucas. How can he mess this up?
Yeah, have you ever seen THX? If you want to know if he can mess up a film.
Oh dear. Right, let's look. Oh, hello, it's Mer again. It says, hi Ian, so much to enjoy watching you guys. Thank you so much for popping in again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tony said, finally got round to seeing Day the Earth caught fire this week.
Now we're talking.
Very enjoyable anti-nuclear themes. Yeah.
Now we're talking a film. Day the Earth.
Yeah. And thing is, it's still kind of relevant even today almost. You know, you think, well, yes. Yeah. Excellent film. And then we've got Stephen Taylor. Here's one to test your memory. Can you remember the first CD or vinyl you ever owned? Christ. Well, the first record I ever bought.
Did they make them on concrete back in your era?
Back in
your century.
It should be 78s or something like that, but no. Concrete lad. Oh God, the first.
Yeah. Well, yeah. How popular was Al Jolson?
Yeah, well, that's more like yours from the Jolson soundtrack. Oh God. No, first vinyl record.
I think the first CD I ever bought was a Pet Shop Boys CD, I think.
I'm trying to think of record, you see. Really, the first CD I got was Nursery Crimes Genesis. Fantastic album. But Delboy, that's when Genesis were a prog rock.
Just remember, though, this doesn't say the first album you bought. Did somebody buy you an album before?
Can you remember? No, I bought that. I remember buying the Genesis. But the vinyl thing, I'm trying to think.
I mean, did somebody did one of your family hand over a single before you went out and bought a single? Yeah, you see, that's what I mean. I had a sister, you see. So when it comes to what was the first vinyl, for all I know, it was one that my sister handed down to me before I went out and bought. I think
mine would possibly be. I think it could be Goodbye to Jane, Slade. I think. Or 20th Century. The one with T-Rex single. Is it 20th Century Boy? Yeah. I think it could either be one of those two. Or
that album's got Ride a White Swan and a load of others.
Yeah. I know. Do you remember Gilbert O'Sullivan, piano player?
Yeah.
Alone Again, Naturally.
Well, yeah, but who wants to hear that song? I mean, it's all about killing yourself.
It's depressing, isn't it?
Yeah, one of these days I'm going to climb up this hill and I'm going to push myself off because I'm a miserable bastard.
It's a great song, but it's
yeah, I put that on to cheer myself up every morning. That one, yeah.
LP, I think it could be. Now, this might surprise people, but it came. It could have been one that my mum bought me. But it may not. I might have just chosen it. Not known much.
Was it by the Flintstones?
Yeah. No, it was before. This was in their first part of their career. This is the Bee Gees, and it was an album called "For Whom It May Concern," and it would have been about 1971 release, something like that. And the Bee Gees then were not. They were trying to still do the same sort of stuff that they were producing. I don't know why that ended up. I'm sure that could well be the first one I got. And then it would have been a big leap and suddenly getting something like Fire and Water by Free, the really good stuff. But but our Bandstand Family, one of those. But I think, if I'm honest, the very first one would probably have been the Bee Gees thing. As I remember, it was on Polydor, and of course
Yeah.
the Bee Gees were still very much this kind of living off the 60s. You know, it was Saturday Night Fever that brought them back, and they had to wait then till, was that, about 1976, 77? So there's still quite a few years they were in the doldrums and to reinvent themselves.
You didn't buy the Grease album then?
Oh, you know what? You know I don't like Grease. You know I don't like that. I can't stand it. Yeah. I know everyone, it's the greatest music. No, it's not. Chitty chitty bang bang. Full stop. Better music, and it's actually a music soundtrack. Yes.
I'm only pissing about with you.
But no, I know you like Grease. A lot of people, not honestly, a lot of people.
Who said I like Grease?
Yeah, don't you? I'm surprised. I'm surprised you don't.
My sister loved Grease, and she drove me nuts playing it every
Hey,
day.
see, hey, we're brothers now. We bonded.
If I hear Beauty School Dropout one more bleeding time, I'll fucking kill her.
I know. I'll stick it where they. Yeah. You're the one that I want. No, you're not. Please go away. Please. Oh, that's a relief.
The only time that song is bearable is because Monty Python did a parody of it in what was it? It was Christmas in Heaven. It's called.
Oh yes, that was one. Oh yeah, that was great. That's a great film. That's Meaning of Life,
which is a parody of Beauty School Dropout.
Yeah, but everybody does. Honestly, everywhere I go, oh Grease, it's the best musical ever. Oh great, it's not. I mean, crikey, bringing that out. Well, it's not. Grease is the word indeed. Frankie Valli and his 4 seasons or whatever. God blimey. Please don't torture us. We've had enough. We want proper music. You know, crikey, 1976, 77. There's loads of punk. You know, new wave punk coming out. You've got that crap. You've got that crap coming out. Really, please. You know what? Whew.
Yeah.
Anyhow, there's my rant. But yeah, that's great. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure the first CD I got, I'm pretty sure was a Pet Shop Boys one, and it was, I think it was their first album. And the reason for that was I looked on the back of it and it said DDD, and I went, I want to test out my CD player. I wanted to know what it sounded like. I'm pretty sure that was true.
Is that got West End girls on it?
Yeah,
probably. Yeah, that was their big hit, wasn't it? That got them going.
It's a Sin, and all that was on there.
Yeah.
West End girls, It's a Sin. I think it had what's her name on it? Oh, what's her name?
Yeah.
How am I going to get through? Oh,
I don't know. Oh, I know some of them, but not as.
No, she's a famous bloody hell 60s singer, Dusty Springfield.
Oh, Dusty Springfield. Yeah, they
have. I think that was on it.
Yeah.
Anyway,
they helped her career again. They revived her career, didn't they?
That's what I remember buying, and nobody would have handed me down a CD because I was the first person in our house with a CD player.
Yeah.
When it comes to vinyl, it's harder because my sister is 18 months older than me.
Yeah.
He might have handed over something to me, but I do remember but I remember was given War of the Worlds, the double album. That was the same year it came out. That was 1977, 78. I got it fairly early because the guy down the road who used to work for KTEL got his son the record. That was the first time I heard it. I wanted it, and it wasn't even out. He'd got a promotional copy of the album, and it was my mum's boss that bought it for me for Christmas. That's how I know about it. But when it comes to vinyl, the first album I ever bought was Empty Sky, Elton John, which was the first album before even the Elton John album.
Yeah.
That's the one with Skyline Pigeon on.
You see, my albums would have been, but my brother bought them, so I kind of used him. I mean, Hunky Dory, which I've done, Ziggy Stardust, Aladdin Sane. He bought
I
all
remember
those.
my mum went out and bought Ernie the Milkman to get me to sleep.
Oh no, Benny Hill. Yes, I remember that.
And I know that when I grew up, my mum gave me that record, and I've still got it.
Yeah. Oh.
So should I say that was the first vinyl I ever owned? Because really, it was my mum that bought it.
Yeah.
She bought it because apparently I wouldn't go to sleep without listening to it.
Yeah.
Apparently. And that dates that to 1971, doesn't it?
Yeah, I remember it well. That Christmas. It was a Christmas #1.
Yeah, it was.
It was, yeah. And then they played that over and over again, that the little film that they did, to promote it.
You got to remember, I was 1 year old, so I was in a cot. So apparently, my mum wanted to get me to sleep. She'd put that on. She would rather listen to that than me screaming. And I've lived through this for all my life. This is how my mum treated me. So then, yeah.
Well, actually, there's a lot of records from that period you could have had, which would have been like that Mouldy Old Dough. I don't know if you've heard that by Lieutenant Pigeon. That was a big #1 hit. That's a piano-based one. There's this bloke playing this like whistle, and he's got his like Momo grandma and playing on piano and that, and they got Mouldy Old Dough. It's an awful record, but it was massive. That got to #1.
I mean, I've got vinyl now. I mean, I've got
but we didn't buy that, thank heavens. We didn't buy it. Yeah.
I can never remember the title of it. Hang on. It's I mean, I've got this on vinyl. Where is it? Was it McCulkey Park or something?
Oh, MacArthur Park, Richard Harris.
Richard Harris,
yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
I've got that on vinyl. That on vinyl. And I was telling Nigel the other day, I've even got the single about Grocer Pat.
Oh yeah, I know that one, but who did it? I can't remember who.
Which was that teenage opera thing, isn't it?
Yeah, I remember that one. That played well.
Because I remember I drove my mum nuts with that. She said, "Turn them bloody kids off." Grocer Pat, Grocer Pat.
And there's another late '60s one that I always remember was played, which was Zega and Never in the year 2525. And that was played everywhere. Do you remember that one?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Drove him nuts, didn't he? Bloody 25. Yeah. And there's a story behind that, isn't there? Because it keeps going up in years, doesn't it? Up to a certain point.
It jumps right up. What year? Because it ends up the Earth is obviously.
Yeah, it's a dystopian future.
A sci-fi dystopian. Yeah. Single.
Have we answered the question? I don't.
Yeah, I think we have. But it's interesting. Yeah.
All I can say about the Pet Shop Boy album, I'm not very good with album names. All I know is it was their first album. I'm pretty sure it had West End Girls on it for definite, and it had It's a Sin for definite on it. Yeah.
All I'll say is I picked up Nursery Crimes because I did have the record of that, and it was one of my favorite Genesis albums.
Yeah.
And I had to just have it. It was fantastic. It's great. It still is. I've still got a lot of effect. A lot of people say Foxtrot.
Yeah, what did you think?
On Broadway are the best, but I've got a lot of affection for that one.
What did you think when Phil Collins took over then? Did you think it lost a lot or what?
Well, I think the Phil Collins' first album that he's on, which is Trick of the Tail, is one of my favourites. That's the first one after Pete Gabriel's left. And Wyndham Wuthering, the next one, it's very good as well. But the problem is on that one, Steve Hackett leaves on that one. He goes.
Yeah, but I'm
prog
not talking about when Phil Collins was a drummer and he came in and he was in the back end. I'm talking about when he took over as singer. What do you think it
You
lost?
mean?
You think
Yeah, well,
Genesis lost an awful lot, or
he
what?
was singer on those albums that I've mentioned, but he wasn't the.
Yeah, but he weren't front. He wasn't front man.
It wasn't the pop stuff. He was in concert. He would still sing. In fact, they got a replacement drummer when they were doing live ones. But what
I just don't count him as front. I don't count him as front singer.
Yeah.
Until you know.
Yeah. The difference was that after Steve Hackett left, they really started to move away from more prog rock, and then when there were three, still quite, and then there were three is the next album after that, and that is it's beginning to change. It's just starting to change. I think it's the last best album they did.
Yeah,
after that, they really went full on pop with Phil Collins because his solo career as well started to get going. That was it. Genesis then went on. Some people say Duke is a good album
because of Bloody Buster. Yeah,
but yeah, he went on. But remember, he had a hat.
Actually, have you got that in your film collection, Buster? Have you got Buster in your film?
I haven't got it.
That was a #1 VHS tape, and I don't know of anybody that says I've got Buster in my collection of the DVD.
And it's funny. I've never seen it. I've never seen it.
Christ, you haven't missed much.
No, I've never seen it. But I haven't got any Phil Collins solo albums. There's one or two of his tracks are quite good, but I've not really been into his solo stuff. But his Genesis stuff, it just went downhill the more they went.
Didn't he write the tune for Against All Odds?
That's right. Yeah, film soundtrack. Do you like that?
Yes, I've got that soundtrack.
Yeah. That's not a bad song. I don't think that's a bad song. That's quite a good one. But Genesis, once Steve Hackett had gone, any prog rock stuff was totally gone. Really, it's sad, but I like the prog rock. But
anyway, we've had that question on the screen for about 10 hours.
I'm surprised Delboy don't like prog rock more.
You know I like prog rock. You know full well.
I watched a documentary about Yes, and it was about 4 hours long, which I've got. That was fairly recently. And it was a wonderful experience. And I thought, well, Delboy should like this kind of thing because there was talking a lot about music, and Rick Wakeman was featured quite a lot.
Well, I told you about Renaissance, didn't I?
And with
Northern Lights.
Yeah,
with Northern Lights, and it was about her relationship with Roy Wood.
But there's so much. It was wonderful, because we got about the King Crimson and how it all linked all up. It was wonderful. Anyhow, I could go on for hours, but I better not do. Right. So I hope we've answered your question. But
no, I hope so as well. I got lost in the middle of that.
Right. Frank Holder. I'd like to know one thing. Am I the only person here who will never use a streaming service? I'm feeling more and more like I'm on my own with like these days. Well, I have to. I very rarely watch the one I've got, which is the Amazon Prime, but that is there mainly because of Amazon. You get it free. You get it free, don't you?
Yeah.
That's why it's there. But sometimes I think, oh, let's have a look. And I did the other day. I picked out one film I did actually watch on there, but generally I don't watch it that much.
No.
And that's it. No, there's no Disney, none of that stuff. I'm not giving them cash. No. So it's not. I wouldn't buy any streaming systems. No way. That's it. But I have to own up that I do have Amazon Prime, but that's only just because it's there, because it's
Well,
supposedly free.
I can actually put my hand on my heart and say I haven't actually bought one streaming service, but I've got the lot because they were given free with other things that I've bought.
Yeah,
And that doesn't necessarily, just
yeah.
like you, doesn't mean I have to actually watch them.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, I will say this. I'll always be physical media. I do think streaming has a place, right? I do feel sorry for single mothers, that basically there's no such thing now as putting In the Night Garden on VHS on loop for them to watch anymore. They now have to watch CBBS on a streaming service or whatever, right? That's the only way that you're going to be able to get the kiddies to sit down and watch stuff. So I do get that, as much as I'd like to turn around and say, get yourself a cheap DVD player and go out and buy, these things, I know full well that the DVD players now are pretty much a thing in the past, and them having a TV with it built-in aerial is the way for them to get their stuff streamed down to them. So that's the reason why it's there. Why it's there. It's one less thing to buy. They don't have to cart it around, and if they have to move from to another place, they don't have to package it up either, because it moves with them with the next internet connection.
You just got the Wi-Fi stuff, yeah.
I will always say this though, that when you want a premium edition of a film, it's got to be physical media, and it's quite an easy answer really, because even though I'm a techie, I'm a person, I'm an IT manager, I've been around IT since the early 80s. I've maintained networks and all sorts of stuff. There is no way that Britain can hold an 85 megabit stream for 2 hours every second for 2 hours, right? So your DVD, your Blu-ray player is sending natively 85 megabits of data every second on a disc, right? But for it to be streamed, right, it has to be compressed, because we can't do that. You can't do that over the internet. If you had 85 megabits of information sent over the internet for that, you'd have nothing downloading. You wouldn't get an email, and nothing would happen, because you've used your whole bandwidth to show that film. And to have it over 2 hours without a drop in quality, if you've ever noticed when we're streaming, you might find that we judder, or the sound breaks up. That's because one of our internet connections is not streaming at the maximum bandwidth that it allows. So, of course, it's breaking up. So if you want to watch a film that's 2 hours long and you want to watch it in the best picture, streaming is not the way to go, because it'll be compressed. It has to be compressed. So it's pretty obvious to me that physical media is my medium, and it will always be my medium. I'm not saying that streaming is going to be bad, though, because I think it does have its place. It's not for me. I've got every single one of them, but I haven't paid for any of them. They came free with my phone, came free with Sky, came free with Amazon. The list goes on and on and on, because, obviously I have to have a phone for work. I have to have, Sky for my mother, etc., etc. So, these things have come across free to me. Sky give you Paramount Plus, if I remember rightly, for free. You've never had to pay for that yet. In fact, actually, I think, no, I haven't got them all. I haven't got Apple Plus. Funnily enough. It's the only one I haven't got. Otherwise, I've got them all.
Now, how I get round it is that if I know that there's some films that come on streaming, is that I just go online. I know it's not everybody will approve of it, but you go online. I look at it like this.
Listen, you little
copy of something.
Listen, you little Captain Pugwash. We don't want to know about your piracy bloody things going on.
What I'm saying is that you can watch it, and if I like the film, I'm going to buy it. So they're not losing any money out of it. They're not losing any money whatsoever, because I'll get it and I find out if I've liked the film or not. So that's how I just say it. Obviously, if you had the streaming system and it was free, then I'd be watching it on there, but they're not. So that's how it is.
All I've got to say is, Jim lad, you're a pirate. I don't care what you said. You're going to bite my ass.
Let me just.
You still watched it. You didn't pay for it. You didn't go to the cinema to see it. You're a pirate.
I wouldn't get to pot calling the kettle or whatever it is, because I've heard you mention certain things as well, lad.
Of course I have. I'll put one hand over my eyes and say,
I've heard you mention things.
Of course I have. I don't care. Anybody knows. I've bought so much stuff. I've bought Hollywood twice.
And you, being a computer person, boffin. I'll call you boffin. There you are.
Yeah, I used to burn them on DVD for myself. Yeah.
You know all that goes on. So don't give me all that stuff, lad. I could say to you, right? Oh, I want to see a copy of. I don't know. A film, any particular film, fairly well-known film, or even not so well-known, and I bet you could get a copy of it for me.
Of course I could.
Exactly.
But that doesn't just because I can doesn't mean I have.
Yeah, I'll have to go now.
You're making me out to be Minority Report now. I'm going to go to prison for something I haven't done. It's something I'm going to do in the future, that is. All right, I'm going to prison for something that I'm going to do.
Oh, God, we're going back in time to video nasties now. Actually, it's still going to prison. Right, let's move on. Tony says, I'm with you, Frank. Don't have any streaming and don't intend to. Good.
And that's good. That's good.
Money on them. You don't want to spend good money on them, do you? Jim says, "Hi folks, late joining. Been watching the footy. Oh, did Scotland do any better?
They drew 1-1.
Oh, so they still might even be in it, knowing why. Yeah. Because
one of the other teams has lost twice, so that's it. So basically, that means they're not at the
bottom. Frank, great. Tony York. Tony York, those Ian Richardson Blu-rays are on second sight. Sign of 4 and Hound of the Basketballs. Oh, that's the Sherlock Holmes ones that it was on about.
Oh, yeah, and those are 2 classic stories, Sign of 4 and Hound of the Basketballs. Yeah. Everybody talks about those in the Basil Rathbone set.
Yeah, so, and Hound of the Basketballs, Cushion and Lee I talk about.
Yeah.
Stephen Taylor, what consoles do you own apart from the PS5 you have behind you, Del? Well, I'm glad you've asked him because there's no point in asking me. There you are. A question for you, sir.
I've got a PS3 there.
We'll all sit back and go to sleep for an hour.
You can't see my room. I mean, basically, even if I turn the background off, it's pitch black in my room. Look, there you go. But that's the PS5. The PS3 is there. The PS4 is down there. The Wii U is to the left of that. The MetaQuest 3 VR headset is to the left of there. The Xbox One is back there. The Switch is over there. The RGB 35 handheld is up there. That's a Pow Kiddie RGB 35. Fantastic device, by the way. The Nintendo DS is in this drawer. The 3DS is in this drawer. The Xbox 360 is upstairs. The Xbox is boxed in the garage. The GameCube is boxed in the garage. The Nintendo 64 is boxed in the garage. The SNES is boxed in the garage. The Genesis needs to be repaired. I need to fix my Genesis, my Sega Genesis. I'm running out now. Trying to think. Oh, the Wii. The Wii is in my mother's room because she likes to play bowling. Yeah. That's it, I think. All right. Okay.
All right. Okay. Yeah, that sounded quite a lot. Yeah.
Well, I haven't thrown them out, you see. I haven't sold them
Oh, no,
on.
I gathered that. I remember you saying with mobile phones.
Oh, sorry, I
That's
forgot. The
fascinating.
dream. I have got 8 Dreamcasts, 8
Okay.
Dreamcasts, and I've got 1 PS1. Yeah, I've never had that. The only console I never bought was a PS2. I had an Xbox instead.
Yeah. Right. And then Sai says Mark Commode. Oh yeah, that's going. It shows you how far we're behind in time. Oh,
Oh, I know how far behind you are. Bloody hell.
10:13. That comment was. Yes. Now, Euphoria Pictures. Well, seeing I'm still here, I may as well ask a question. Yeah,
He's not here now. I can tell you that.
What would be your go-to genre and why? There you are, Delboy. Question from royalty.
You bastard. I knew you were going to go to me first. I knew it, you bastard. Right. It's going to be, I think, comedy more than sci-fi, but sci-fi only secondary just. I love horror. I love them all, to be quite honest. But if I think back to what I've bought the most, what I've watched the most, what I've enjoyed the most, it's Laughing with My Dad. And if I could have one more day of him laughing and us watching Laurel and Hardy or Abbott and Costello, I'd have it every time. But we grew up together watching westerns. He never liked science fiction. I liked science fiction. But we bonded over comedy and westerns. So I'm going to say comedy first, science fiction second. Yeah. Horror's not that far behind. It's just that I could never keep up with my friends. They were all watching all these slasher films where I just couldn't keep up. That's why I value people like Keith and Nigel. They're educating me on the stuff that I missed, even though I was around it. Come on, then, you old bugger. Start talking.
Oh, you're finished, have you? I
don't spend 10 minutes wandering about. I don't spend 10 minutes wandering around my brain trying to think what the bloody say. I get it done in a couple of minutes.
Okay. Go to genre. I find it difficult, but because I love film so much, apart from Grease soundtrack and Grease. But yeah, I would say I have to put just would be horror. It has to be because it's one of those that I've just followed over years, with sci-fi being very close, but also action, crime, and historical. I mean, all those epic films, they're all in there. But if I have to say a go-to, say there was nothing, I had no choice, then obviously I think I would go for a horror because it's almost like a comfort thing. I can watch horror film and just enjoy it. And it's quite a big genre, so I could go into sci-fi a bit if I wanted to as well, which is a good thing. So I could get away with getting a bit of sci-fi.
No, you couldn't.
Possibly others. And even a Western, I could suddenly find a horror Western. That would be great. And then a horror...
I'd stop you. I'm sorry. Hang on a minute. This mixed genre is banned from your collection. Right, you can have one or the other.
But yeah, I can't
have comedy horror. So what's yours?
Saying, there he is. There we are. Yours were a better answer, though. I like your answer because of your dad, but I like that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean it's one of those things where
it's a nice answer.
Look, we bought. Look, you know full well, Ian, that if we would look at our collections and we were to be totally honest, sci-fi would probably be at the top because we bought so much TV stuff. You said yourself, I bought
Yeah.
all the Star Trek episodes. I bought all of these Doctor Who
Yeah.
episodes. So how can you then turn around and say I bought horror more than anything else? Because I
Yeah.
can tell you now, you counted them all up, sci-fi would have been your number one.
Yeah.
You can't help but not, right?
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
doesn't make your answer wrong.
Yeah. Yeah.
I grew up and I remember my first, like real film to watch would have been a comedy.
Yeah.
Very sure to have been a comedy.
I would say for me, over recent years, even more recent, maybe 5-6 years, horror has become such a big part. Really, it's grown.
That's right.
It's really grown as that inside me. Before it was there. I mean, I loved Halloween and all. Going back, I loved all that era. But now it seems I'm still looking back often, but it's more. I think it is a go-to one. That I think if I don't know what to watch, actually, if I don't, I'm going on a bit. I say if I don't know what to watch, often I'll put a Hammer film on.
Yeah,
There you are. That's
there's
a
nothing
comfort
wrong with
one.
that. And a comfort one for me is to go over one of the 20-odd Carry On films.
Yeah, yeah.
See what I mean? And,
Yeah.
and as much as I turned around and said comedy, I can't turn around and say that. What about Hitchcock? You go on about Hitchcock all the time.
Yeah, exactly.
Hitchcock is something I've read books, I've studied, I've watched biographies on. It's sometimes I can deliberate for hours on whether, because some people will come up to me and say, "Would you consider Psycho a horror?" And I go, "Yeah, well, should we deliberate that? Is it a thriller? Is it a horror? What is it?" And I go, "It's all of them," because that's what Hitchcock did. He sort of, without knowing it, mixed genres up to be multi, so that you weren't alienating one particular audience. Basically, there's so many people that will put Psycho in the horror, and I can't say that they're wrong. But I would also turn around and say it's a psychological thriller.
I would say that Hitchcock is something I've learned about this year because I went through that box set, and that was, I'm so glad I did it, that reviewing the whole box set, because it taught me so much, and it got me to actually watch all these wonderful films. So that is a good thing, really. When you sometimes go into something and you get into it and think, oh yeah, and then from that I've learned through people like Delboy about film soundtracks. Film soundtracks never. I mean, I did have a few, as you probably saw in my collection, but I never saw them in quite the same way. So I had the Dune soundtrack, obviously, things like that. And
you didn't have Dune 2, did you? Bloody hell! Where did that come from?
I've learned this year about the music more as a part of the film, and that is really with Hitchcock, isn't it? Really, whereas before I watched a film and I always noticed the songs rather than the
and I didn't. I hated songs. I wanted the scores.
I like the songs. To me, because I love music.
So here's a classic example. I go and see a film like Gremlins. I'm a 15-year-old teenager that loves Gremlins, right? Think it's an absolute fantastic film. I'm coming away from the cinema whistling that stupid Jerry Goldsmith tune. I go and buy the album. It's got bloody songs on it, right? Yeah. And there's 2 tracks by Jerry Goldsmith on it. That's all there is on the whole of that album. And I'm going, bastards. Where's the score? That's what I wanted. I didn't want all this other fucking crappy Christmas Carol crap that's all filled all over this bloody album. Who wants that shit? Give me the Jerry Goldsmith score, please. And I had to wait 10 years before they released it. That's the years that I lived in, and it annoys me. So when people turn around and say the #1 soundtrack album is Top Gun, and I'm going, oh, for Christ's sake, take my breath away. Who gives a fuck? Seriously. The score is what you should be doing. It wasn't all this other shit that's in it. I can buy the single from the pop chart, right? I want the bloody album to the film, not the flipping end credit tune that comes up at the end.
Now, you see, for me, I've got an interest in, from my viewpoint, one of the perfect scores would be, because it's made of the songs, is Easy Rider.
Oh,
Well,
Graduate.
it's all they are the point as well, very much of the film, and that's why
Yeah,
I've perhaps
you've
loved
got
that film
Graduate.
so much.
You've got Midnight Cowboy. They've all got fantastic
Oh, Midnight
pop,
Cowboy, what a film!
pop singles in. But at the end of the day, when I watch Midnight Cowboy, and I know it's got some fantastic songs on there, I listen to that score and I go, "That is Midnight Cowboy" to me.
Yeah. It's amazing. I think it's interesting how we see
listening to those harmonicas that are being
differently.
played in Midnight Cowboy. To me, it reminds me of New York. Everything.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with the songs. It's just that I want the score.
Well, it's like, for instance, The Graduate. I love The Graduate because I thought, Simon and Garfunkel. But there is an actual score of other music in that film, which I only discovered when I bought the album. I thought, oh, what's this?
Watership Down with Bright Eyes.
Yeah. But yeah, that's an example of me learning about other music, but because it's always the songs that stand out. Right. Okay. Next question. Tony Ock. For some reason, I never particularly liked the John Mills version of Quatermass.
Heathen.
Yeah. Yeah. I can see that.
It is a weird film. It was one of those ones that was a mini series that was shown over a bank holiday that spanned over about 3 days, if I remember rightly, and they were hour and a half long. And the thing I liked about it is that it was all these people were sort of like wandering around the countryside, looking like hippies. And then when they got to a certain place, all you saw was white ash on the ground, and it just amused me. I don't know why. It's probably because I live very, very close to the Rollright Stones, which is where Doctor Who's Stones of Blood was filmed.
Yeah,
remember I told you that.
Yeah, I remember
Rollright
that one.
Stones.
Keith's Time series.
So it's a comfort thing again, because I live very close to a ring circle of stones, and I've watched TV shows like Children of the Stones and all of that sort of stuff. That Quatermass rings true with me, because the other Quatermass films were all about astronauts, aliens. So, of course, having a story about the Stones, brilliant. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's all it is.
Right. Next is Frank Holder. Yes, the TV series is not as good as the films. Yeah. Yes, Frank, it seemed it worked better with its 50s, 60s setting. Yeah. Is there anything only out on DVD that you'd love to see released on Blu-ray or 4K?
Tons.
Sorry?
Tons, isn't there? How many films are out there on Blu-ray or 4K that we've still got DVD and we haven't got an upscale version?
Well, they haven't even made Blu-ray after
4K. Some of them, you know what I mean?
And some of them possibly will never get even a Blu-ray release. We don't know. Yeah, it's very possible.
I wouldn't want to try and disgrace the answer, because I could probably come up with, if I was to write it down seriously and sit down in a corner, I could probably come up with 30 great answers, and you'd have gone, really? That's not on Blu-ray? No, I'd be going, yeah, I've researched it. I've just found out it's not on Blu-ray. You ain't got it.
Yeah.
We're already talking about The Hitcher in 4K. And how long have we been talking about that for the last 2 years? You know what I mean? So,
and then sometimes films get released on Blu-ray or 4K, and you think, oh, is there a demand for that? You know, really? Sometimes you wonder. But I think, it's nice to see anything released, really. Because it's getting a better chance.
We live in a crazy world, because as far as I'm concerned, I don't need a 12th edition of the thing.
Yeah.
Right? But I'll buy it.
Yeah. Well, you are crazy, yeah.
Right. I will buy the thing for the 12th time because it's got a different cover. It's exactly the same disc.
This
It's
is a crazy
exactly the same cut.
collector's world that we live in.
When I'd rather them put their money in bringing out something that's on DVD that's not been out on Blu-ray before.
Yeah.
Really, to be quite honest, I wish they would.
I think I'm just going to say the obvious one, and I know Tony York would agree with me because he's a massive fan of this film. It's Zulu, of course, for a 4K.
Oh, yeah.
Zulu. That would be my answer on that. But there is lots. Yeah.
There is. There's so many.
Yeah. Tony York, The Cheaters is set at an insurance company. They investigate fraudulent claims. It was produced by Danzigers, a low-budget rival of ITC. Interesting.
Yeah, it starred Ian. Ian was in it.
Yeah. Cheaters.
He was under investigation for fraudulent claims. Piracy, copyright.
Yes. Oh, what can I say? Oh dear. Sorry, Robson. 16 years. Phantom Menace came out in 1999. Oh yeah. It's quite a long time, 16 years,
I said 1999, 2000, because it is the period of Gladiator. It really was.
A long time. Yeah. Jim Jam Movies and TV. Hi, Danny and Tony. That sounds a good show. Oh, yeah, that's what it is. What two sitcom characters would you like to see in one show?
What, two separate sitcom characters?
Would you just make? I suppose it's just picking two characters that you like out of sitcoms and putting them in one show together. So two characters together. I don't know. I know. I'll say Arkwright and Corporal Jones together. I don't know why. I just thought put them together in one show. There you are. He's going, what a rubbish answer that is. Yeah, but I was just trying to think. Yeah. Right, can we have your answer, please?
No, I mean, I could turn around and say Delboy and Basil Fawlty. And then you can try and work out how those two would
two
fit together.
Sitcom characters. So that means they're already established characters in sitcoms and putting them together into a show.
Yeah.
I don't know the Delboy show.
No, Delboy and Basil Fawlty.
Oh, yeah, of course, Delboy. Yes.
Two sitcom characters.
Yes, yeah,
you're right. Show.
Yeah. That would be interesting. That's a good answer. Yeah. Thank you.
Bloody hell.
That's a good answer.
Taking me to bits. Of course
No, that's a good answer. I couldn't think about anything, but I just say
I didn't say Steptoe and Son, which is an actual show.
Look, somebody's agreeing with me here. Somebody's agreeing with me. I agree with Ian. Star Wars should have stopped after the third one. The new ones are crap, and more so when Disney bought it.
Yeah, but wasn't the Phantom Menace not under Disney?
No, it wouldn't have been. No, those three wouldn't. There were three prequels, wouldn't have been.
Yeah, they bought it after the.
They did. Yeah,
after the third one of the prequels. Didn't they?
Yeah, but it's just my opinion. I know a lot of people do love Star Wars and can't get enough of it. That's fine.
Oh, I was super hyped to see Phantom Menace. I remember taking my girlfriend because I remember I was in Manchester, 1999.
Yeah.
I was in Manchester, and telling her, saying, "This is a bit of a sort of a pilgrimage for me."
Yeah.
Because I went in 1977 to see the first one, and here I am seeing the first one of a new set of three. 16 years after this. And I remember her turning around saying, "I ain't seen any of them."
And you'll be like,
So
what?
she was watching. So she was watching Phantom Menace for the first time.
Yeah.
And I remember the conversation afterwards. I think we were talking about Darth Maul. I said, "Do you know what? That doesn't half look like your mum."
Oh.
She elbowed me right in the ribs, and I went, "What was that for?" She said, "My mum does not look like Darth Maul." I said, "You don't." I said, "You haven't seen her through my eyes."
It's a brilliant line, but what can you say? How to impress your girlfriend? Yeah.
I remember that. Yeah, your mum looks like Darth Maul. Yeah. That war paint on.
Oh. Right, and next one is Tony. Yes, Jim Jam. It has some good 60s outdoor filming and enjoyable stories. Only lasts about 25 minutes each episode. Oh, so fairly quick, especially with adverts in. Yeah. And then we've got Steve Moles. The first record I ever got was one my mum bought me when I was about 6 years old, and was Tiger Feet by Mud on 7 inches. Oh, Tiger Feet! Who can forget that?
That's
Yes.
neat. That's neat.
Yeah,
That's
they've got it. Yes,
neat.
that was a big record at the time.
My mum played Blockbuster a lot, but it doesn't mean it was my
Sweet.
first
That's
single.
great. Actually, that's a good record. That stands up well, I think.
I still
Sweet.
don't understand what the whole song's about.
Yeah. No,
I've never bothered looking it up, but
yeah.
I looked at the lyrics the other day, and I was going, I still don't understand what this film's about. And look, they're hanging about, they're looking about, looking for this blockbuster. Yeah. Is it a bloke? I don't know.
No, I don't know. I've never thought. I don't know. Right.
Just want to let you know that I'm still trying to work that one out.
So this one is at 10:52. We're still getting behind. Tony Hawk. I'm sure Dusty Springfield collaborated with Pet Shop Boys on a song about scandal. Oh, the Perfumer affair film. Yeah, it's good film, that. Good one.
I remember the Perfumer affair, and I remember because I remember isn't the cover the model, the girl on a chair. On a chair with a the chair in the back.
It's a very good, yeah. Excellent cover. And Sandy getting 40 minutes a question. This will still be doing until 4 a.m., which is oh no.
I told you. What did I tell you? You won't care if I'm dead in the morning.
I'm trying to speed up a bit, honest. I'm trying to speed up a bit. I've got Buster on Blu-ray. This is Tony. I quite liked it. A different take on the Great Train Robbery. Oh.
Yeah, but I like the Sean Connery's Great Train Robbery more than Buster. You know, the old Edwardian one.
Oh, wow. Do you know, that was a film I'd like to see, that. Yeah. Yeah.
Jerry Goldsmith, by the way, did the score to that.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, buy it.
Just thought I'd let you know.
Well, yeah, I thought, just in case, yeah. Stephen Taylor, have you been to many live concerts, Ian? You mentioned watching Kate Bush. Oh, no, I could talk for hours about it.
You mentioned, you mean you bragged. You bragged watching Kate Bush. You bragged.
I saw The Clash, I don't know, maybe 5-6 times. I've seen Talking Heads. Oh, Talking Heads. Yeah, I can talk about Talking Heads for one of the all-time great groups. I saw The Jam, of course. I've seen, who else? I've seen The Who, AC/DC. I've seen Moody Blues, Wishbone Ash, of course. Oh, fantastic Wishbone Ash. Oh, and I think the one that I really think I was lucky to see, I'll finish on this one, is I saw Joy Division. I might have mentioned this before. they supported Buzzcocks, and Joy Division were just something out of this world. They blew everybody away. The intensity of Ian Curtis, the fact he did that on that tour, and especially as we know his mental state, I don't know. Wow, it's incredible, really, but it's sad as well to think, what happened to him. But that is, I can still see it now. I've never seen it. And everybody, they blew the Buzzcocks off stage. I mean, Buzzcocks were pretty good live, but something about Joy Division was very different. We'd not seen anything like it. So there were just a few, but there's loads more I could talk about. But just talk about that one. There is lots. Talking Heads, I can talk about them all night, but I did mention them as well. But there we are. And there he is, Mr. Film Soundtrack. No, there wasn't a film soundtrack to that one. No. There we are. Hello.
You're sorry.
Wait now. Film soundtracks. No, there we are. Yeah.
Talking bollocks. Talking head.
And I like those. That's a very good question. That's been one of the best questions we've had, Stephen.
Yeah. Ever since you bragged about Kate Bush, what else concert did you do? Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah.
Yeah. Did you notice I got the Who in as well?
I noticed. I went to Live Aid.
Oh yeah, well, yeah. Come on.
Nobody wants to talk about bloody that. No, we'll talk about talking. We'll talk about talking bollocks again for about another 10 minutes.
So, go on.
No.
That's great. Live Aid is fantastic.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I remember getting on a train and getting down to see that. Bloody hell!
Fantastic. I'm impressed. You're impressing me. Seriously. Seriously. I watched it all day on TV and the American one, but to have been there would have been absolutely amazing.
Oh,
absolutely! Was you there right from Status Quo doing rocking all over the world? Fantastic. What can I say?
I remember the most.
Queen.
It was packed. It was bloody packed.
Yeah.
Crowded and hot. It was hot. That day was bloody hot. It was hot on the train. It was hot getting off of the tube, and it was bloody hot standing next to all these sweaty people.
Yeah.
Going like this.
Yeah.
It didn't matter to me though. I was 16?
Yeah.
And it was my first. It was my first sort of like time. Going to London to watch something.
Yeah. You know and which acts stood out for you? If said who for you really stood out?
I suppose Queen probably stands out the most. Remember, I loved it because Elton John was on.
Yeah, of course, Elton John. Oh yeah, I meant to ask, what was Bowie like?
Well, I remember him more at the night towards the end.
Yeah.
Than anything.
Actually, I'm really being a bit naughty here because I've got the TV.
I remember Phil Collins doing a set, and then they got him on a Concorde.
That's it. He went over to America.
He fucked off to Philadelphia.
Yeah.
I didn't like it much actually when the feed from America came across because they stopped putting the British artists on, and we were watching big screens.
Yeah, and do you know that Led Zeppelin were not pleased with him? He did this drumming, and they weren't pleased with all their performance and schedule and everything, and they refused to have their performance on the DVD. They won't have it on, so there's no Led Zeppelin, which is a shame. But there we are.
I think the disappointing artist, was Lisa Stansfield, but I don't think I really ever liked Lisa Stansfield.
No,
anyway.
I wasn't. Yeah.
George Michael was good.
Yeah.
Queen, I think Queen stands out. I mean, obviously he had a cracker of an opener,
Yeah.
I mean, for God's sake, I mean,
yeah,
talking good stuff there. But Queen, I think, knocked it out of the park. I think if you want to know about what I remember being in the crowd and that and everybody chanting.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Where some
And
other acts, people perhaps were just passing by. There's
yeah, you
a lot of acts were on that day, weren't there?
well, they all had about 10 minutes each, I think.
Yeah,
I don't think they had any longer than about 10 minutes.
yeah. I think I think everybody did about 3 songs.
Yeah.
Isn't it? Something like that. About 3 songs
So
each.
3 minutes a song, 9 minutes. Yeah, it's about 10
Yeah,
minutes they had.
yeah.
Some of them
But
overrang, and I
but we
think if
all
I
know
remember
that.
rightly, what I learned later on, if I remember
Yeah,
rightly, was that some extended that 10 minutes just to piss off the next act that was coming
yeah,
on. Say,
yeah.
"Oh, we got longer than you by a
They
minute."
were worried, though, weren't they, about because they're only given a license to play music up to a certain point, and
Right.
if they go past that, get told to pull the plug out. So
Yeah.
that's why they have to get acts after we keep moving them along, and getting them on stage.
Yeah,
And if
that's right.
some acts are going on longer, it means somebody's going to lose their
Oh, yeah.
chance. Yeah.
There was screens in parks and all sorts of stuff that this
Yeah.
thing was
Oh,
going
it
on
was a
to, and
massive
anything
occasion.
that was going on longer and longer, he basically
Yeah.
just think what the national grid was like for that. Jesus Christ.
I mean, it's really that performance was very important for Queen because Queen were on the downslide, weren't they? They
Yeah.
weren't. What that brought them back. Without that performance, Queen wouldn't have had the career they did. They
No.
really put
There's
them
been a
back on
number
the
of
map.
there's been a number of things that they turn around and say Queen wouldn't be around if it weren't because of.
Yeah.
And I've heard people turn around and argue the fact about Flash Gordon, and other people have turned around and said, no, that was the downturn, is when they started doing
Yeah, a
Flash.
lot of people are not as
And
keen
then
on
other
that.
people would say,
Yeah.
yeah, but you can't fault It's a Kind of Magic and
Yeah.
Highlander. And everybody says, oh, yes, you can, because if you go back to their early stuff, you'll get this, 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 this,
Yeah.
this. And that's got nothing to do with films. And that's quintessentially Queen, or not this other crap that you keep talking about. And everybody just goes round and round in circles. At the end of the day, Freddie Mercury was a sort of tour de force. Thank God Brian May and all of the others were there. They sort of like honed him in. You had a concentration, and you had people that were in the bands that wanted to respect their work and honed them, I think, into films because they thought that was the best way to go. They're very operatic. And you couldn't really do. That's why Freddie Mercury went off and did all his Barcelona stuff.
But that's right, yeah.
Because that's him. He's very flamboyant. He loves opera. And the only way that you're going to get someone like that to sell records in the numbers is basically to have that Queen behind him. If you took Queen away and you just had Freddie Mercury on the stage and you hadn't got Queen before it, he wouldn't have sold those. In fact, I think it wasn't his first album a flop.
I think
his first solo album was a complete flop, and his next one,
it wouldn't surprise me that
his next album that he was going to come out with was Barcelona, which was an opera thing, and everybody turned around and said, "You're joking, aren't you?
Yeah,
you come off of a flop, and you're now getting some fat woman from Italy that doesn't speak English, to sing." But of course, the World Cup was around, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Who can remember that? It's interesting, actually. When they, I love these rankings that people give. I don't always agree with them about albums, of a whole group's catalogue of albums. And Queen have got quite a lot of albums. But you know which album gets put at the bottom?
No.
You'll love this. Flash Gordon. They always consider it as one of the worst Queen albums.
Yeah, I've got that soundtrack.
But I don't know. I've never heard the actual album, to be honest.
Oh yeah.
I don't know on that.
But very flamboyant red cover with just Flash Gordon yellow writing going around like that.
But I noticed they always put it at the bottom. Anyhow, okay. So I've talked about the concerts, and I think you've got the idea. And Delboy gave a good one. I think it's an excellent one about Live Aid. Excellent. Yeah. Tony, you don't have many consoles, Del. Yeah, I love that understatement. I've never heard of half of those. That garage must be like Fort Knox. Yeah, I know.
Well,
You told it about
those,
the burglars. We've got to
those,
keep
those are
quiet.
those are consoles, but nobody mentioned computers. A lot of my stuff is in a lockup, but the consoles that you just talked about, they are actually in this house.
Yeah.
The ones that I didn't mention are some of the older ones. I've got an Atari VCS 2. Well, it's called the Atari 2600 now. That's in a lockup. And the Pong machine, the grandstand Pong machine that we used to have, that's in a
Yeah,
lockup.
we know that one. Yeah,
But
even I know that.
that's worth nothing because you can get
Yeah,
them for about
yeah,
£1 at a car boot sale.
you
They
can.
still make them now.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter how old those are; they never make any money. But yeah, I mean,
Sorry,
I went
just off the toilet. Sorry.
after the Atari VCS, I bought computers. If you want to know what my computer history is, while he's gone off to the toilet, my first computer was a ZX80, and I had a ZX81. I had a VIC-20. I had a Commodore 64. I had a Spectrum and a Dragon 32 for 6 months. I had a Commodore Amiga. I had the A1000, the very first Amiga that came out. So I didn't have the A500 that everybody else had. I've had an A2000, an A4000. So those were and an A1200. Those were the Amigas I had. I had an Oric 1, an Oric Atmos. And at school, we used Commodore PETs and Apple IIes. Those were the ones we had at school. I never went onto a BBC B until I went into a shop. I never had an Amstrad CPC 464 or 646. I only went on an Amstrad 81256 and 8256 when I was looking at a business computer, a word processor for a friend, and they wanted me to recommend a good Amstrad, and I said there isn't such a thing. I remember that. I've still got my Atari 800s, the original Atari 800. Yes, that is in a lockup. That's built like a tank, weighs an absolute ton. I mean, the whole thing is made out of steel. The Atari 800. I mean, that's because of regulations in frequencies. Apparently, it's got an RF shield on it, and that's why they made it out of steel. Christ. Yeah, 48K of RAM and 2 cartridge ports on it. I remember that. One for basic and one for the kernel ROM. Yeah. Never had an Atari 400. Never had a Sharp XL 68000. Never had any of the Fujitsu PCs. Let's see. Yeah, never had a Dragon 32 or a Dragon 64. I never had a Memorex. Now we are talking weird things. Console-wise, I never had a Fairchild. I never had an Intellivision or a ColecoVision. Now, there's 2 consoles that are well known that I haven't had. Never had an Intellivision, never had a ColecoVision. Amstrad did a console called a GX4000. I never had that. There we are. And he's back. Thank God for that.
For holding the fort. Yeah, thank you. Anything else you've got to say? Is that
I've had enough to say about that.
Okay, well, I know you and your consoles, you could be talking for centuries, you know. Right. Stephen Miles, I think you need to treat yourself to a PS2 down.
I
there you are.
So. I don't
He's
think I
probably
missed
got
much.
opinions.
Most of the stuff that was on the PS2 was on the Xbox. The PS2 was a great machine, don't get me wrong. And it's actually a quintessential machine in most people's eyes as being the console that changed pretty much all consoles. The PS1 did a great job, but the PS2 just excelled. You see what I mean? 3D wouldn't be 3D like it is now without the PS2. But as far as I'm concerned, the PS2 is dated. It still looks pretty ropey. Not as ropey as a Nintendo 64, but pretty ropey. So no, I wouldn't want a PS2. Too much to try and collect as well. Christ, cost a fortune as well.
Okay, thank you. Stephen Walls, somebody wake Ian up. Yes. No.
Hey, I had to be woken up when he was talking about his talking head bollock.
Ralston, I've still got an old Atari 2600 with a few games.
Atari 2600, like I said, the Atari VCS, it was called then. Video computer system or video console system. I can never quite remember. You know, that came out in 1978. So it was a very good console. The cartridges were 40 quid back in 1978.
Oh, that was a lot of money in then.
Much as a bleeding console.
Yeah.
Yeah. And all you got was games like Combat and Space Invaders and Pac-Man and yeah. Blocky as hell. Carry on.
Yeah, it's all right. No, if you got more to say, I'm.
No. I mean, I'm just reminiscing as you keep the word up.
Symbols. I still have my Spectrum 48K with rubber keys in storage with about 5 consoles.
Yeah, well, the Spectrum 48 was what they consider the British industry's answer to the computer race. Because without the Spectrum, without Sir Clive Sinclair, without the Spectrum 48K, you wouldn't have the explosion of computers. I turn around and say it wasn't the most successful computer in the world, but it brought the computer to the masses. The Commodore 64, as far as I'm concerned, was far more superior and has a greater legacy. But that console was twice the price of a Spectrum. Twice the price. So most of my friends had a Spectrum. I had a Commodore 64. I went up yours. I got a Commodore.
Sorry, my ignorance, but is that when you had like cassettes and you loaded the programs into the machine? Yeah.
I'll tell you what, there's a film that I want you to watch before next week. It's called Micro Men.
All right.
It stars. Who do you think? We've mentioned his name already.
Could be anyone. Sean Connery.
No, do you remember we were talking about Sherlock and it had that Freeman?
Oh, Comeback. Whatever.
No, the other one.
Martin
Freeman.
The Freeman, yeah.
Right. He plays the person who develops the BBC B computer.
Oh,
and
right.
Who's that bloke on Pointless? The presenter.
I don't know.
You've seen Pointless, haven't you? Where you've got to have a correct answer.
I don't know. I might have. I don't know.
Oh, look. You're not going to make me look his name up, are you?
No. Well, I don't watch all these shows. You seem to watch a lot of things I don't watch.
It's on every day, you bastard.
Oh, well, I don't.
Right. Pointless.
But mind you, I'm not saying about. There is a program that I watch that, as you probably know, which we won't talk about, but I don't know these.
Hang on. I just want to tell you who it is. Alexandra Armstrong.
Oh.
Do you know him? Well, Alexandra Armstrong plays Sir Clive Sinclair. And Micro Men tells the story of how those two had a punch up in a pub one day.
Oh, right. Yeah. So
But if
Alexander Armstrong, I don't know.
But he sings all that opera bollock. Well, not opera bollocks, but you know what I mean. He sings classical music.
Oh, he's
type
a
stuff,
singer, is he?
as well as a presenter and an actor.
Oh.
And
Oh. Oh.
anyway,
Oh, well.
Micro Men is a BBC film that everybody who I've ever shown it to has turned around and said, "Do you know what? I thought I was going to hate this film, but I actually liked it."
Well, all right.
Because it shows so many things that were going on in the 80s.
Yeah.
You can't not like it.
Yeah. So that's why you relate to it quite a lot.
In the background, you see people with the first Walkmans. With the first mobile phone that looked like bricks.
Yeah, that's right.
You know what I mean? So I mean, it's just a good film.
It's a period piece.
Yeah. Carry on. Move on.
Oh, Patrick Mason says hi. I presume he's an H.
That's a H.
Yeah, hi. Tony Hawk, here we are. Did I tell you? Zulu for 4K and Sweeney TV series for Blu-ray. Yes, there you are.
The film got done though in Blu-ray before Network went under, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. Yeah, I think he's got it as well. Tony, Rigsby and Hyacinth Bucket. Oh, that's an interesting one.
Bucket Bouquet
and keeping up appearances. You can do it better than I can. I couldn't think of any.
Rigsby and Hyacinth Bouquet.
Yeah, she's great. Whoever, what's her name that plays her? She's excellent. It's really funny.
Bucket. That's what she doesn't like being called, isn't
it?
Bouquet.
Her poor husband. It's a wonderful sitcom. Actually, that one got to get more love. Actually, keeping up with appearances.
Keeping up appearance, yeah.
It's a really good sitcom. Actually, it makes me want to watch some episodes of it. It's so funny. It's
got from Coronation Street, Eddie Yates, who used
to
be
he's in everything. He was in Royal Family as well, and all that.
Heartbeat.
Yeah. Right. But yeah, I'm glad you thank you anyhow for reminding me of Sid Bucket. Yeah. What a great creation she was. Stephen Taylor, did you originally have a huge VHS collection? Have you only been collecting seriously since DVDs came out? Well, I did have a massive VHS.
You know both of our answers on this. You might as well answer for me because you know what my answer is.
And Delboy's the same, but he's also he was a collector of the what do you call them? The discs before, the big record discs.
Laser discs.
Records. Sorry?
Laser discs.
Laser discs. I'm sorry, but this time around my brain is even worse. Yeah, laser disc. Massive collector, Delboy was.
I had Betamax videos.
Yeah. My dad did. He picked the wrong one.
I didn't have just VHS. I had Betamax as well.
Yeah. So, we did, and unfortunately, now I could probably make money out of my VHS collection because it's all become vogue now, hasn't it? You know, I've got a VHS copy, and I can see why it's a lot to do with artwork, but I chucked them away. I couldn't get rid of them.
I know. I went round your house and picked them out the bin and took them home with me. I've got them in my garage now.
And on my Doctor Who, I had like you, mind you, your Sammy G's getting.
I'm sending all mine to Sammy G at the moment.
Yeah, but I had all them, and I did though. I was a bit more on the ball though because I sold them to a shop. I knew the DVD were going to just change everything, and I got quite a bit of money for them. Well, I think probably about a tenner for each one at the time, which was quite good.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, I did. I knew soon as DVD came out, and I bought the 5 Doctors, which was probably about 2000, I said, this is the future. And therefore, I wouldn't buy any more VHS after that. Bought any. And I thought, oh, Doctor Who, that's going to go. So I might as well. I thought it'd be exciting to start collecting DVDs. Doctor Who, so I got rid of a lot. I should have kept one just for sentimental reasons, which would have been Revenge of the Cybermen. That, you know, when they put them all together on one, all episodes together.
Not Tomb of the Cybermen, then.
Oh, I should have kept that, shouldn't I, for sentimental reasons.
Well, that was the one that was in pure. That was the one with the pure silver cover.
Yeah, do you remember how we waited and excited? As soon as news came through, they've discovered it in Far East. Tomb of the Cybermen. I couldn't believe it. I was going, what?
Yeah.
Oh, it was that was proper excitement. That really was. Yeah, and getting it the day it was released. And, I really should have. Have you still got it, or have you given it to Sammy G?
Not Tomb of the Cybermen, because he already had it.
Oh, you want to keep it for your own sentimental reasons.
It's still here.
Yeah, I would keep that. Now I wish I'd have kept just.
I might send it to you.
Oh, well, that's nice of you. Thank you. I would.
And you could take it down shop and get a tenner for it.
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't. Now, if I got anything like that, I wouldn't.
Anyway, I'm going to go and get myself a drink. Carry on going. Well,
yeah, I would get something else. But yeah, they seem to have got quite valuable some VHS tapes and that. You see it on eBay now, and you're thinking, crikey, they're asking a lot. I think also if they're more famous, well-known films. So if anybody's got like, I don't know, Jaws or something like that, then they probably charge a hell of a lot of money. I mean, people that collect them probably don't all even have the machines. That's how it is. But, you know, I mean, you probably still can get machines online and that, you know, but it's not an area that I would go into again. I might, as I say, I'd have the odd one. To be fair, somebody did send me, I'm an Avengers fan. They sent me, it's Matt. He's a really good guy, Matt. And he sent me this case of the Avengers, and it's got some episodes on the VHS tape. It's a lovely thing. So I mean, I have got that, but I won't be able to play them. I won't buy a VHS player just to play them. But it was really nice of him to send that. It's really good. Anyhow, so that's my view on that. Tony, watched a couple of Radiance releases. Yeah, they're getting quite big, aren't they? The Radiance. They issue some interesting titles. Man on the Roof. Yeah, I haven't actually watched it, but I've seen it up. A Swedish thriller about a police killer. And The Sunday Woman, yeah, I've seen as well, 1975, an Italian satirical one. Yeah. They're selling quite well, I think, as a label. You see them, certain ones get sold out, I think, pretty quick.
Yeah,
because I think they have special editions, like see, man, I'm hopeless at this time of night, but you know where you get free booklets. Arrow do it, don't you, for so many, and then they stop.
What do you mean this time of night you're useless every bloody night?
And I'm useless anyway. He's saying what he's trying to say politely is that the dementia is setting in even quicker recently.
Ian, I didn't want to answer that one myself, so bugger off. Carry on.
Satirical murder mystery. Yeah, thank you, Tony. Yeah. No, they do. If I could afford all these things, I probably would end up trying some of them. They do look interesting films, and they look good. The only one I've got of Radiance is this Vincent Price one. which again, you see, I'm hopeless. I can't even remember the title. Is it Scream and Scream Again or something like that? It's a Vincent Price one, which I've got. Very good, but that's the only one I've got. Would you like to see the BBC license scrapped? It could save you £170 a year. I think it's going to go anyhow. There's going to be no choice. 10 years time, I don't think there'll be a TV license because the BBC will be very different. I know 10 years sounds maybe too close, but I think the way things rapidly are moving, they're going to lose all their sport, the BBC. They're going to lose a lot of things, and that'll be it. It'll go. I just think it'll go. I don't know what Delboy thinks, but maybe similar. Maybe not. What do you think?
Who bloody knows? I never didn't get to answer the radiant just bugger off. I'll continue to the Ian show from now on.
I can have a rest now. Like,
no, I mean, you're honestly, matey, you're similar to me. The BBC should have spent a long time ago money on how it broadcasts, so that they can be a totally digital channel, and we have the decision on what we want to watch. The thing was, they kept in there in the infancy. They just pocketed the money and gave it all to the directors. So, of course, the only people that gained money is things like well, back in the day, it would have been Bill Cotton. You know what I mean? He was the BBC, wasn't he? So, whoever the director general is now is the person, and those boards are the people that have got the money, and no money is being poured into buying new cameras, or anything. You know what I mean? They're hemorrhaging money into people like Gary Lineker, which I don't agree with. I mean, at the end of the day, he does one show, the World Cup and the European Cup on occasion, and a bit on the radio, and he's the most highly paid person that the BBC have got. Something like $1 million a year or $2 million a year or whatever it is. Why? Sack him. There you are. I'll give that 1 or 2 million to some other up and coming people, because I tell you what, you can do without him. For a start, give him a pay cut. So, you see, as soon as they put the television license back and said that old age pensioners are only exempt if they're on lower money than the state pension allows, I fell out with the TV license. You know, I didn't mind the TV license and me putting some money towards it to my mother and all of that. Now, my mum doesn't watch EastEnders and everything, so we filled in a form and we don't pay for it now. So I don't watch anything on iPlayer. I don't watch anything on the BBC. The only thing I'm guilty of is listening to the radio. And you're supposed to have a license if you do listen to the radio. So, yeah, I'm admitting I'm putting my hands up and saying I'm a bit of a pirate. But we filled in a form, and you won't find an account with my name. Because that's the only way.
It's not true about radio. It's still officially.
It's still under the BBC.
Officially, you've got to have a license.
Yeah.
Really?
It is called a TV license, but it pays for all of the services.
Wow, about the radio.
It allows you to use iPlayer. It allows you to see what I mean, on and on. BBC
so
Three.
You
BBC
can be
4,
watching,
BBC 2,
listening to Radio 5 Live, and then you're a pirate now, are you?
No, what I'm saying is, I don't think you'll get in trouble for listening to the radio, but it is a service provided and paid for by the public through the television license.
Right.
So would you get in trouble? I doubt it, because you could pick it up on a crystal radio still.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. But I think the BBC...
We all know how easy it is to make a crystal radio, because we all did one as a kid.
Yeah.
Stick 2 wires on a metal fence, and there you are. You got the biggest bloody aerial you ever get going in your life.
I think in the end,
go to a tennis ground, where they've got all those little fences. You stick those 2 wires on that, you've got the biggest aerial going for a crystal radio. I
remember. Yeah,
brilliant.
Yeah. The BBC's days are numbered nowadays.
Yeah, of course they
That's it, basically. I mean, they're going to lose all the sport. There's no doubt about that. They won't be able to afford Wimbledon. That'll go. What is it? Snooker, match of day. That'll go, won't it? It'll all go. FA Cup, I think they've got. I think they've got FA Cup. That'll go.
It's just spread itself too thin now.
Yeah.
It used to be BBC's biggest problem was at one point ITV, but then it's far surpassed by Sky.
Yeah.
Sky then bought everything.
That's right.
Then BBC and ITV suffered because Sky got everything. And now Sky don't care about that anyway either. So the BBC and ITV are now both showing the football, and they've agreed that they'll play individual games where you're playing England first game, ITV will have England as their second game.
That's right.
Because they have an agreement now. The only things they're bidding for now are things like the FA Cup. Who's going to show the FA Cup this year? Is it going to be the BBC or is it going to be ITV?
Yeah.
And every time the BBC win, but again, like you say, that it's numbered. Its days are numbered.
Yeah, I think so. Do you remember
if Sky got a sniff of saying, "Oh, I think we can make money from the FA Cup," they'd be on it. They'd be on it like that, and then BBC wouldn't be able to get anywhere with it.
Yeah, that's it. It's going to happen. I mean, do you remember at one time they were on about there were a certain number of sports that terrestrial television had to show, which was really the BBC, and that has dwindled down. I think there's probably the list may even have gone now, but I think it was Wimbledon, the Grand National.
I mean, I could mention a lot of things.
A few, but they were supposed to show, but BBC have lost all these.
The golden age for me for sport was when Grandstand was on.
Oh yeah, that is gone back.
World of Sport with Dickie Davis.
Yeah, Dickie Davis.
Or Grandstand, right?
Yeah.
Those were the days where you turned it over, and on one channel there'd be the wrestling on ITV with Big Daddy and Iron Haystacks and all that. You turn over to BBC, there will be something on that I might be interested in, like pool or snooker or something, right? Racing, whatever it is, right? The individual TV programs that I watched religiously were things like the Formula One. Now, the Formula One used to be a BBC product.
Yeah, with the chain as the introduction.
For a very, very brief time, it was on ITV.
Yeah,
and it was then for a couple of years it was on Channel 5, and then Sky suddenly was all over it. That was the end. Yeah. Now it's got its own channel, Formula One channel on Sky. The whole channel's devoted to it. So
and
it doesn't change throughout the year. It just repeats old races and repeats. There's so much that the BBC recorded for all of those years that they can just shuffle it all out. By the time they get to the end of this season, we've waited, and the new season's coming up. They've shown 3 years of other races that have happened in 1972, 73, and 74. Do you see what I mean? Because there's 21 races to get through. So that's 20, 40, 60 races. Show those. See what I mean? A couple of them every night, and you know, it's self-writing itself.
Yeah,
Formula One. The dark always used to be a thing for me on ITV at night. The dark.
BBC have basically, to survive, have got to say we're not a sports channel anymore. We can't do that. They've got to let it go. They've just got to let sport. They've got to work on their strength.
The BBC. I used to like Ski Sunday.
Oh yeah, all those are gone. They're all
I used to like watching a round with Alice.
Oh yeah, that was good. That's a great idea. I love that one. You get a film star or
He
a
had Ronnie Barker or
personality.
Sean Connery playing together.
Yeah, you got all these people.
Funniest thing in the world is seeing Sean Connery at 6'2", Ronnie
Yeah.
Barker about 4'4", playing golf together.
It was good. Was Alice? He was really good. Excellent.
What was the theme tune? The music called Music
I
Box.
don't know. Here we go. Go on then.
That's Music Box, wasn't it?
Oh, there you are.
Oh, come on! You must remember the music. Classic.
On Alex, I can't really. I can hear grandstand theme. I can hear all that.
It's as famous as listening to the cricket theme,
I know that one. Yeah. Yeah.
Which sounds like a Jamaican flipping bloody
calypso kind of
calypso thing.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's sport. We carry on.
And the BBC is going to change now. Muckman, hello. Late nice chat, but hope you've had some good conversations. Yeah, we've been all over the place.
I was singing your praises earlier, because I got quickly down under on media, but because of you.
There you are. And then Steve also, I got rid of my TV license about 7 years ago. The best thing I ever did.
Because you could just go onto the BBC website, download a form, and say, "I don't watch your crap."
Yeah, that's true.
But then, as soon as you log on to the iPlayer, that's it. You owe them 170 quid.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
Yeah. Now isn't that a question? Hey, it's funny because he's probably not seen earlier on. Look.
No, I don't want to see that bloke's crotch anymore.
So, guys, favorite Rolling Stones song. I love Wild Horses, which I mentioned there. But
I know, I lived through it.
He's still alive, yeah. So here we are now. Delboy, what is your favorite Rolling Stones song?
Yeah, I do like I Can't Get No Satisfaction. I do like Wild Horses. What's that one? I've forgotten the name of it now. That came out later on, Bittersweet Symphony. That one that they sampled from a Rolling Stones track.
Did they sample Bittersweet Symphony?
No, it's Bittersweet Symphony has got a Rolling Stones sample repeated over and over and over again, isn't it?
Yeah, I know that. I didn't know that was a Rolling Stones sample.
That's the start of a Rolling Stone tune, isn't it?
I didn't know that. That's good. Well, I'll be checking that out now.
Pretty sure
obviously, I love that. I didn't know that.
I'm pretty sure that's they lost all their money. I'm pretty sure of it.
Well, you've got me now. I've got to find out. I've got to know. I've got to know. I've got to know because it's such a brilliant song, that Bittersweet Symphony. To find it's a Rolling Stones sample. Oh God.
Yeah. Bittersweet Symphony is based on a sample from a 1965 version of a Rolling Stones song, The Last Time.
Wow. Amazing.
That's why they
had to pay out.
Yeah. Oh, they went bust. They broke up. They couldn't pay the money back.
Wow.
It sold more money. So it sold more singles than they could actually pay the money back for, because they never even sold it, because it went to the big wigs and all of that. They went bust.
Well, I know they disappeared after that album, and that I can see why, because it's considered a really good album.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
And all because he didn't ask them for their permission. So that was it.
Yeah. Wow. That's amazing. I'm fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. I just didn't know that.
I did like Brown Sugar and all of that. I did.
Yeah.
The thing about it is that my dad was never a Stones man. My mum liked the Beatles.
Yeah.
And I grew to like the Stones, watching things like the Old Grey Whistle Test, and seeing some of Rolling. I used to watch programs like the Rolling Stones at the BBC, and they'd show clippets of them through the years playing at the BBC. And seeing how flamboyant Mick Jagger was early on, you know, him going up and down a plinth platform while they're behind there, and he'd be there with his bloody microphone in his hand, you know, just strutting his stuff like a catwalk, basically. And you just went, wow, this guy really was moving around, you know. And of course, I lived through all the years where the comedians all put the piss out of him.
Yeah,
you know, with his big lips, like Freddie, you know, like Freddie, like
Freddie Starr,
and all that. They all imitated those people, you know. He'd do his lips and all that. I'm going to tell you how it's going to be. Don't go to me. you know, doing all the Mick Jaggery joke bits.
I'm trying to think. So my favorite Rolling Stones songs, I think
Wild Horses
is up there, but I will put Paint It Black and Gimme Shelter. There you are.
I like the orchestral version of Paint It Black that came out on Rock On Classics.
Stephen Moles. My favorite Rolling Stones track is "Give Me Shelter." Oh, there you are.
Yeah, you did you didn't read that before you actually came.
No, I didn't. Honestly, I don't. I'm not like you. You're reading them right down. You're pretending that you don't read them. That's what you're doing most of the time. I like to them as a surprise coming up. That's why I don't know answers to half questions, because I'm not prepared. They're all new questions.
I told you I've got the internet going on at the top, and I told you this before. And if I see a name where I know that they're going to be gone if you don't answer it right now, I tell you. But I can't. You don't see me looking like this all the way through through it.
Like Keith from Euphoria. You always spot him, don't you?
That's what I mean, because his picture's there. All the others have got letters that say S and T.
Yeah, right. Patricia Rolter. Sorry.
It's only nearly 12:30. I just thought.
Richard, is it? Richard II. My mum and dad love that. Right. I'll try and move on a bit quicker. So he says, I always say this. Stephen says, the toy company Hot Toys are working on Basil Rathbone Sherlock Holmes statue, and they're going by the head sculpture. It looks great.
I know. Just before you go past that one,
I know you're going to.
If it's a statue, it won't be Hot Toys. It'll be Sideshow Collectibles. Hot Toys make action figures. They make the bendable, posable characters, and they've done in the past Back to the Future and Spider-Man and Iron Man and Thor and all of those sort of things. They're in what they are deluxe editions of Action Man. They cost 200 quid, right? Take it like this, Ian. They cost 200 quid.
Yes, a lot of money. Yeah.
Sideshow Collectibles. They're the sidearm that basically make porcelain statues, or if they're not made of porcelain, they're made of stone. What do they call it? Polystone. Right?
Yeah.
Those cost $600, but they make them so accurate they look photorealistic. You see what I mean? If you want to look at them, they are gorgeous. I mean, I've got one Hot Toy, which is Spider-Man, and I've got no end of Sideshow statues. I had to stop buying Sideshow statues because it was destroying my life. Basically, each statue I was buying was costing me $600 and $200 for postage. And I was buying 3 or 4 of them a year. So that meant I was spending $3 or $4 grand on statues that are never going to get displayed. So I had to stop because it's an addiction.
Yeah, it's easy to get addicted, isn't it? Yeah.
That's all I was going to say.
Okay.
So all I was going to say was, if the toy company Hot Toys is making a Basil Rathbone figure, it must be an action figure, not a statue.
Right. Okay. Stephen Knowles, I don't understand these people who still pay a license fee to watch crap. Well, there we are. The BBC, aka the Jimmy Savile Brigade, as I call them. Yeah, I know.
But I do feel sorry for businesses that have to actually pay the TV license because they know that they're going to get
Yeah,
shot.
they can get
So
into a lot of trouble.
if you go into a doctor's surgery, you will tend to find that BBC One is on with teletext on, showing the news.
That's right. That's true. Last time I went,
and every time you go into the pharmacist and you're waiting for your medicine to be dispensed, you will find that the BBC network is on with subtitles on. And I'm telling you now, they've got to pay the license fee, otherwise they can't do that. So,
right. Jimmy, one of Yorkshire's greatest fans. I know we don't want to talk about Jimmy. Yes, horrible. Jimmy Savile is on about.
I'm joking.
Yeah. I know.
For God's sake.
It's an awful thing, isn't it? It's one of those things that you don't like to think about. Really, it's so bad. It's because oh God, I remember my dad.
What about near my hometown, Gary Glitter?
Oh God! Oh, I didn't know Gary Glitter was from where you live.
Oh, no, like I said, near my hometown.
Yeah.
Paul Gadd lived in a town not far from here. He lived in a place called Banbury.
Oh,
that's about 10 miles away.
Yeah.
We can't not move without people turning around and saying, I hope for God there isn't going to be another bloody TV program about Gary Glitter.
Yeah.
Every couple of years his name crops up and we bow our heads and go, really, this guy? He was being the leader. I mean, he was everything, and then we find out later on in our lives that he's a kiddie fiddler. He likes child porn, all of this sort of stuff.
Yeah, I know. It's just Jimmy
Savile at least is dead.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I suppose that's a yeah. But he's spoiled so many things. I'm thinking, my dad saying, "Oh, Jimmy Savile's died. Oh, and this and that." And it was, and people in Leeds, they all came out that funeral.
Yeah.
Absolutely, the streets were like.
You all came out again and destroyed his gravestone when he found out.
Well, in Scarborough, they put up the thing, didn't they? In Scarborough, because he wanted to be buried overlooking the sea, and they took it down.
Like I said, they turned up and they basically desecrated his whole gravestone. So
it's sort of things that you'd rather think, oh crikey, anyhow, it's one of those things. Never had any visits or letters. No. Disappointed we didn't quite get to 4 a.m. as suggested by an earlier comment. Good night, gent. Thanks. Oh yeah, we're at the end. Fantastic. We've got there. We've got 11 people still watching. Crikey. What time is it? Oh,
I just want to thank you, Ian, for a wonderful night, because
I've loved it. Yeah, thank you. You made me laugh a lot.
Wednesday is what I look forward to.
Yeah.
I want to thank everybody that's asked a question, because most of you now have actually, I think, subbed to me. I know some of the names I recognise anyway. So that's great.
There's another one here. Stephen Moll says, Rolf Harris, another one who we shouldn't have thought would do any of that. Oh yes, Stuart Hall as well. It's a knockout and all that. Oh yeah, awful.
And there were so many people in the limelight. Paul Gambaccini, but he was basically with no evidence. It was just his name was brought out. There would have been a lot more, I think.
Yeah. Oh, Dave Lee Travers, wasn't he?
Up to Dave Lee Travers. Yeah.
Yeah. They got him. Yeah, it's very sad when these people that you remember at the time. It's just incredible. Anyway, sorry, I'm going off, but thank you everybody who's tuned in and asked such wonderful questions. I always feel all the people here are just as much part of this stream, and it's you contribute. It's you that make the stream because you contribute and give me and Delboy so much pleasure doing this stream. It's great. It's absolutely wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah, but I mean, honestly, I think it's you and the guys that are asking me questions that make it for me. I like to hear the feedback that they've got about my film capsules, because it's you that inspired me to do a lot more of them.
Well, I think they're very good. They're always interesting and always good. The films that you pick, the way you do it, and research. Oh yeah, Chubby Brown when he takes the piss. Yeah, he's still going. He's still going against the tide. Really, he's doing very well to keep going.
Although he didn't know too much about Chubby Brown, he did know a bloke called Jeffro. Do you remember there was a comedian?
Yeah, he was another one in that.
I think he was like Chubby Brown, but he was more country bumpkin.
He was, yeah. Actually, it probably, if you went on YouTube and put those names in, you probably might get some of them. Yeah, you might do. But yeah, they're still there. And our sign says, night, guys. Yeah, nighty night, guys. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, that's it. I think. Yeah, that's it. So
next Wednesday, same back time. Same time.
I'll see thee again.
Salute.
And we go in, I think.